Why don't you go see your boyfriend?
Yeah, he's got a nice room. He won't have it long. He left a call for 7 a.m.
See if we can figure out something.
This is your time.
Hi. I am joining from the floor because it's Arbor Week, and so I popped to get a free tree. And then I ran a little later than I was supposed to. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Teresa and Steve and Jackie. For the people who haven't seen the first one, don't worry. I saw your comments. I'm going to put the links in the description as soon as I'm all situated and everything. I am going to need to be working as usual. So I'll be here, but I'll be lurking. Okay, they started a little while ago. 3 minutes or so. So we're not super far behind.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, September 13th. Another beautiful early fall day in Michigan. Sunny and warm again today. We have a full morning docket of landlord-tenant matters. And then we're going to continue the damage hearing this afternoon in Roberts versus Parr. So it's a pretty full day. I also have a meeting at lunch. I just would comment, we had some nice visitors from New Hampshire yesterday. They make a special point to come here on their way from one place to another. Thank you to them. And today is Friday the 13th. We'll try not to have too much bad luck. I think we have hopefully a pretty smooth day. There are a couple dismissals in here. I never did watch the movie regarding Gilbert Galvin, also known as John Moskal, who escaped from the St. Joe County Jail about 40 years ago. They made a movie about it, and they also wrote a book. I think it was called The Jet Set Bandit. I do have a couple people in the waiting room. Our first case is set at 8:30, but it is a dismissal. Let this run for just a minute, and then I'll bring everybody in and see where we are. As I indicated, we have a couple of dismissals and perhaps a couple that were already removed. So good morning, everyone from everywhere. Next week starts the St. Joseph County Fair. And we'll be busy with just that sort of thing. Judge Pattison is back. I understand Judge Stutzman's now not feeling well. Whatever it is, I hope I don't get it. I feel fine. I rode my bike this morning. Saw the stars. All right, let's see who we've got here. I'm gonna start the record just as a precaution. Our first matter is set for 8:30. It is 8:33. As indicated, I believe the first matter is dismissed.
Should all be good. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Matthews.
Good
I'll
morning.
bring you in just a minute. We're set for 8:40. I expect Mr. Davidson to be here any minute. I don't know if Ms. Rogaline will be here. I think this might be her. Let me see, Katie.
Yeah, she said she was coming.
Here's Mr. Davidson. I guess we'll be able to get started. And for all practical purposes, Ms. Matthews, there's no reason why you couldn't come in the courtroom. Although we use the breakout room like this in case we need to set the parties up for private consultation. Good morning, Mr. Davidson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ms. Rogaline, if you can hear me, would you join us, please? Good morning. Could you unmute your microphone? All right. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Good morning, Sandy and Katie.
There, now can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, good morning.
This is file number 241513SP. This is a landlord tenant matter. It has to do with a land contract forfeiture. Title of the case is Sandra Matthews versus Arthur Keller Jr. and all occupants. Mr. Matthew Davidson is here on behalf of the plaintiff. She's here at the courthouse. Katie Rogaline is one of all occupants at this property. Mr. Arthur Keller Jr. has already passed away earlier this summer. I was aware of that, and then I saw in Bruce Morse's service notes that he had passed away and put the date in it. Katie Rogaline is presently the occupant of this property. Ms. Rogaline, as a defendant in a landlord-tenant case, you have certain rights. Let me take a minute and tell you what those are. I sent these to you already, I think, but the law requires I tell you this on the record. You have a right to have an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, you can ask legal aid to represent you, but we don't have court-appointed counsel in civil cases. You have a right to have the matter heard here in St. Joseph County where the property is. You have a right to demand a jury trial. If you want a jury trial, you must tell the court at this first appearance or make the demand in writing within 5 days using the jury demand form and pay a $50 jury demand fee or ask the judge to waive the fee if you're unable to afford it. If you are able to reach an agreement with the landlord outside of court, we could file something called a conditional order of dismissal, which would show a resolution of the case. And if both parties are interested, we could refer the matter to mediation in an attempt at settlement. This is quite a detailed land contract that's in place here. And it was with Sandra Matthews and Arthur Keller Jr. It was executed in 2018. Trying to remember what the purchase price was. $150,000. Mr. Davidson, what's the status here?
I believe that all the parties would consent to the entry of the forfeiture judgment. I mean, I can't speak for Katie, but that's the plan.
All right. Well, Miss Rogling, are you going to try to stay in this house or do you plan to move?
Yes, we're gonna stay.
All right, so are you gonna execute a new land contract with her?
Yes,
That's what we're anticipating, Your Honor. Sandra, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, we are.
It's more a matter of title, Your Honor.
Well, I certainly understand. This happens from time to time. And the people that are left behind are left trying to pick up all the pieces. When did you and Mr. Keller start to date? Was it after 2018?
no,
So it was before that,
yes,
but he executed this contract only in his name?
yes.
This always makes me feel old because I remember when you all were in high school, but maybe it's because I am old.
That's what I was gonna say.
So you have a right, Ms. Rogling, to have this matter adjourned 7 days, and we could take this matter up again next Friday. But you also have a right to simply enter into a consent. If less than 50% of the contract price has been paid, you have 90 days to redeem this. That would be 90 days to enter into some sort of a new land contract with Ms. Matthews. Is this the Matthews house on Constantine with the pillars in it? The
Yes,
one the guy crashed into years ago?
yes.
Yes, okay. So Ms. Rogland, you would have 90 days from today to pay the arrearage or execute some sort of a new land contract. That's what makes the most sense. So we can agree with that right now if you don't wish to come back next week, or we can adjourn the matter for 7 days and address it again next Friday. What is your preference?
I'd like to just enter into a new land contract.
All right, Mr. Davidson, what is the current arrearage here?
I believe it's
$122,000.
yeah, that's what I was thinking, sorry.
Oh, that's what I show. Now, that's
see a
what's
typo. I
due
would-
on the whole contract. The
would
arrearage
move-
isn't that big.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Uh,
I would move to amend the complaint in that part 3, principal balance due would reflect that number, and I apologize that was.
Well, that's $2,800, and I'm not sure. It also, the original notice said there was $6,000 in unpaid taxes.
The taxes have been paid.
Yes, Your Honor, that happened between the time that we originally gave the notice and the complaint was filed, so that dropped off. You are accurate that was there, but it's no longer an issue.
All right, well, that's good news. And certainly 90 days is enough time to get this new land contract in place. So, Mr. Davidson, I don't have an order. I'd ask if you would send me a consent order. Ms. Ragland, do I have your permission to show that you consented on the record? Oh, I do have an order, Matthew. I
Yeah,
apologize.
thank you. I showed that one had been prepared. Didn't mean we sent it, but I showed it had been.
No, I
prepared.
have it. The reason I couldn't find it is because it was right in front of me. Ms. Rogling, do I have your consent to show that this was a consented on the record that you owe $2,800 to catch the contract up? We have a filing fee of $55, a service fee of $41.47, a $75 statutory attorney fee, which is $171.47 in costs. So the total due to bring this contract current would be $2,971.47. You have 90 days to do that. Of course, the next month is another payment. The next month is another payment. And I'm going to put parties expect to execute new land contract. I'm going to put your name in here. I'm going to put it as Katie, Rogglien.
Yes.
All right, you have 90 days to catch this contract up, or it's subject to foreclosure, where they would compel you to move. You do have 10 days to appeal this, which would be September 23rd. I wrote in the order that I expect the parties will execute a new land contract. The fact that you paid a big $6,000 tax bill certainly shows good faith. So I have executed that order, and you're at that address, the Constantine Street address.
Yes.
Mr. Davidson, anything else we should put on the record?
Yes, it's always a privilege to be involved in cases where everybody's working together on these things. It's just, we don't see them all that often, but it's just good to be involved in them when they are. When the problem came to me, I said, well, the easiest solution is this. But just for the record, we can't execute, and the parties have talked to me, but we've talked about this, and I think they understand. But we can't execute a new contract until this one's terminated after 90 days, just as a matter of title. So,
Okay.
I mean, we won't be able to do it until, and in fact, for title purposes, Bruce is actually going to have to, we're going to have to do a writ of restitution. So when you see that coming, or I'm sorry,
Don't panic.
eviction, I don't want you to panic about it. We have to do that for title purposes because the title companies will no longer accept an order unless it's basically perfected by that step. So when you see it, not to be put off by it.
Well, all right,
We
this
may even do
was,
the land contract ahead of time, but it won't be effective until after the.
okay.
after
Well,
this
you
has been
all seem to
terminated.
be working together. This was a very fine home. I haven't been out that way in a while, but I remember years ago, somebody crashed into it. Dr. Matthews wrote me a very nice note after that. That was probably 35 years ago, maybe a long time ago, but at any rate, it's still there. And Ms. Rogling is going forward with her life, and I commend that. All right, you're all good to go. Thank you. Ms. Matthews, if you want to stop at the counter, you can get a copy of this for your records. We'll be sending it out in the mail. And Mr. Davidson will probably be in contact with both of you.
Yeah, and
All right.
Sandy, I'm sorry if there was some misunderstanding about where to go or how to do this today. I suppose I could have been there, but I had never intended on it.
I didn't know how to do it.
All right, well,
Okay.
you're here and you, at least you know everything that happened. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Happy
Thank you.
Friday.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Good.
Put that in the waiting room. And I'll remove Matthew. And I've got two more customers. In the meantime, I'm going to put on the record Golden Pond Estates versus Emily Mullins and Robert Lynch. File numbers 241498 LT. Attorney Robert Dudka submitted an order of dismissal on that. That was our 8:30 case. I'm going to show that's dismissed. So you can have that file too.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Samsung. Delayed. We tried to start early rather than starting at 9. We've been starting at 8:30 to fit 4 more cases in. And 2 of the 4 have been dismissed and the one was just settled. So at least we got the cases moving along. Good morning, Ms. Bauer.
Good morning, Judge. Sorry I missed the beginning of your docket this morning.
It was pretty, one was dismissed and the other was a consent settlement on a land contract. So far it's been pretty smooth sailing.
Nice. Yeah, always good when the cases work out.
All right, Ms. Belair, is that you as Samsung phone? All right, could you unmute your phone? All right, Ms. Belair, we're almost there. If you could unmute the phone. My son and I were talking last night about the Zoom world we're in. COVID disrupted many things and changed many of our institutions, from schools to public proceedings, including the advent of Zoom. The state of Michigan had purchased Zoom licenses for every court, but nobody had the real impetus to start to do it, neither did the public. Once we were compelled to do it in the spring of 2020, we went to Zoom. And also included in that, I suppose, is YouTube. So people, just regular people like Ms. Belair, are now appearing by Zoom. And if she could get her microphone unmuted, we could take care of our business here. But it is a struggle for many people. Miss Matthews was just here and she came to the courthouse because she wasn't familiar with the technology. There should be a little microphone with a slash in it that you could, looks like you're trying to hit it. Oh, she's close.
Yeah, that one didn't work. That just reversed the camera or changed the
Yes.
camera. Judge, I'll fill the air by commenting on what you just said.
Okay, unmute.
I will not.
Now, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but your camera's reversed, so maybe why don't you turn your camera around and we'll do it just that way.
Okay. I don't know how to turn, okay.
All right,
Is that it?
well, now you're blank, but just turn the camera around in your hand.
Oh, this way?
Yeah, there you go. Very
Okay.
good. We'll make that work. All right, good morning to you. This is file number 241515 LT. It's entitled Mildred J. Belair versus Keith Curtis. This is a property at 252 East Michigan in Three Rivers, near where I grew up. And Miss Matthews is the owner of that property, and Keith Curtis, I believe, is her grandson. Is that true? Is he your grandson?
No,
No relation?
no.
He's living in a camper on your property, and the city of Three Rivers wants that camper out of there. In fact, I thought we already addressed this once. Is Mr. Curtis still there?
Yes. My daughter, Andrea McWaters, who's now in KP or KPEP, invited him. And I told her not to have anybody in there, and I've been telling her that the camper has to go. And I've been dealing with her getting the camper off my property, and she invited him to stay. And there's been some issues because he had a dog in my yard that attacked my 2-year-old great granddaughter.
Was it a pit bull?
Yes. And the dog has been put down. We just don't know if it had rabies or not.
There's more than one Andrea McWaters. This is Andrea Marie McWaters or Andrea J. McWaters?
Andrea Nicole McWaters.
Nicole. All right. And I'm familiar with her. At any rate, he was personally served with this, and he isn't here. He has no lease. He is what's called a tenant at sufferance. This matter was scheduled for 9:50 or 8:50, excuse me, it's 8:56. Let me make sure he's not here. Hi, looking for any landlord tenant clients? I'm looking for Keith Curtis. All right, thank you. Bye. I don't expect that he is here. I'm going to find by default. Defendant has 10 days to move. There's no one here. All right, thank you. He's not here or subject to eviction. Now, this forces him out. It does not force him to remove the camper. In fact, I don't think the camper is even his. So if he's
No,
not
it's
gone in
Andrew.
10, if he's not gone in 10 days, you can come to the court and ask for a writ of eviction. The sheriff would come and forcibly move him out. So the
Okay.
date for the writ is 10 days from today, which was September 23rd.
Okay.
Let me repeat, if he doesn't move, you can come to the courthouse and bring $15 and ask for a writ of eviction, and the sheriff will compel him to move. Elaine, would you do an order for me in this case? So he's there right now out in the camper?
As far as I know, yes, he was there last night. When I got off work, he was outside.
That must be very uncomfortable. This lot isn't all that big. Is anyone else there with him?
No, not that I know of. There's nobody out there. Andrea, right now, my daughter is up in rehab until November, and then she'll be coming.
All right.
And I've already told her that the camper has got to go, or the city will come and take it.
Yes, they will. They're probably not very far away from that. You can't generally park a camper in your yard in the city limits of Three Rivers, and you certainly can't have somebody live in it.
That's what I've been
Um,
telling her.
All right, well, he's got 10 days to move or he's subject to being evicted. I will do the order here at the court. And we'll send that out forthwith. All right, do you have any questions?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. You're good to go.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you. She's got her phone reversed. Till she figures that out, everything's gonna be backwards, but we managed to just do it by turning the phone around. Our next case, as I indicated earlier, we started early. And we're off in a rousing cloud of dust. Our next case isn't until 9:10, but that is also a dismissal. Take that up in just a minute. What were you gonna say about life in the Zoom world?
Oh, I was just gonna say that pretty much the only thing that I like about the Zoom world is being able to appear in 3B more frequently and otherwise I just much prefer the in-person. Rick, Attorney Kupfer-Schmidt and I were talking just last night about he was saying to me, you missed the fun days of practicing law when everybody used to be in the courtroom, on motion day,
Yes.
getting the scuttlebutt. I very much
Yes.
appreciate that.
And so that is the thing of when, some of the courtrooms had attorneys lounges. Branch counties was notorious. The lawyers would be sitting in there and playing cards and shooting the breeze. And I think some of the retired lawyers just went in there to hang out. And I remember many days sitting as prosecutor in a crowded room on motion day, waiting for my turn in the middle of domestic relations cases, which convinced me I did not want to do domestic relations work. But it certainly is more, even the technical difficulties that she had, she was able to do that in 5 minutes. Rather than get up, get over here, get to the courthouse, take care of her business, drive back. For you, it's a 40-minute drive here and a 40-minute drive back. And we'll finish our business here by 10 o'clock this morning, and then you can. So there are certainly advantages, but as you know, there are disadvantages. Now, that's just the Zoom portion. There are also issues about whether people think we should be broadcasting on YouTube or not. That's a matter for another discussion. But Zoom has been a blessing in some matters. We do most of our criminal cases live. Our next matter, we do have several Riverside Townhouses cases. We have a Copper Bay case. We have that damage case where Copper Bay is suing that tenant for flood damage. And legal aid has farmed that out to a pro bono attorney. We've had some scheduling problems with him, but that lady did get representation. So that case will be moving forward.
I'm glad to hear that, that the pro bono program actually made some connections and got some stuff done. That's important. Just helps fill in. And there are a lot of attorneys that have different skill sets than we have. They have different resources, and obviously we can integrate our partners in the community. That helps everyone. So I'm glad that worked out.
Well, I'm not.
He was saying to me, you missed the fun days of practicing law when everybody used to be in the courtroom, on motion day.
Yes.
Getting the scuttlebutt. I very much appreciate that.
And so of our criminal cases live.
I
Our
do,
next matter, we do have several Riverside townhouses cases. We have a Copper Bay case. We have that damage case where Copper Bay is suing that tenant for flood damage. And legal aid has farmed that out to a pro bono attorney. We've had some scheduling problems with him, but that lady did get representation. So that case will be moving forward.
I'm glad to hear that, that the pro bono program actually made some connections and got some stuff done. That's important. Just helps fill in. There are a lot of attorneys that have different skill sets than we have. They have different resources, and obviously we can integrate our partners in the community, that helps everyone. So I'm glad that worked out.
Well, I'm not sure this guy does any landlord tenant work, but we'll find out. But he is a licensed attorney, and I'm sure he's proficient. I have dealt with him before.
Step one.
No
like-
one has as much expertise in landlord tenant cases as legal aid, at least on the defense side. There's not a lot of money in defending tenants that can't pay their rent. So there's not a specialty. Now, there's now a specialty for attorneys representing the landlords. In fact, the Cox firm, Aaron Cox and his crew are very capable lawyers from the landlord side. But you know, people say, well, I don't want a legal aid attorney. It's like, they know this law better than anyone else, at least on behalf of defendants. So
Appreciate that.
we'll let this clock tick a minute. Then we have another gap. We have a 9:10, and the next one isn't until 9:20. I think maybe another case was settled in there.
And this, some folks might find this interesting, but we do try very hard to leave, we call them fee generating cases, available to the private bar. Because if local attorneys can keep their lights on with a case, it doesn't make any sense for us to take that case from them.
Let me give you that right now. Elaine's so fast. Mr. Keith Curtis failed to appear. He is till 9:23. Well, we're off pretty slow this morning. We used our 8:30 hour, but we did resolve 4 cases.
Yes.
And we haven't had to reset anything yet for next week.
That resolution is the hardest part about Zoom for me. I used to, even before more cases were taken by folks that were appearing remotely, it's much easier to settle a case in person.
Yes,
when
it is.
people there, and I've had, particularly in the 8th District Court, dozens of cases that if both attorneys were there at the first hearing, we could potentially avoid the second hearing altogether. But when they're not there for the first hearing, they're not there for the second hearing, it just doesn't have the same collegiality almost of settling, and it's just human nature. You've got a lot of cases. but
Or
you-
urgency, or people are always willing to kick the can down the road.
Yeah,
We do have our 9:20 defendant. Maybe I'll bring her in and advise her of her rights. Her name is Brandy. I hear she's a fine girl. Let's bring her in.
that song's going to be in my head all day now, Judge.
I'm sorry.
It's a good song.
You weren't born yet when it came out. Good morning. Are you Brandy Baker?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is
Okay,
Jeremy
sorry,
Baker there also?
He could not be here. He started a new job and he could not get the time off of work, so I'm kind of here for both of us.
All right. Well, let me take a minute while we're waiting. You're a little early and there's certainly no harm in that. While we're here, I'm going to advise you of your rights as a tenant in a landlord-tenant case. Also with us is Meg Bauer, an attorney from Legal Aid of Western Michigan. You are a defendant in a landlord-tenant proceeding, and this claims that you have not paid your rent in a timely manner. And they wish you to either pay your rent or move. You have the following legal rights in such a proceeding. You have a right to obtain counsel for representation in this matter. If you cannot afford an attorney, a legal aid attorney may be available to help you, or you can seek other legal counsel. We don't have court-appointed counsel in civil cases. You have a right to have the matter heard here in St. Joseph County where the property is. That's never been an issue, not even once, at least not for me. You have a right to demand a jury trial. If you wish to have a jury trial, you must tell the court at this first appearance or make the demand in writing within 5 days on the jury demand form MC 22 and pay the $50 jury demand fee. If you can't afford the fee, you can ask the judge to waive that $50 jury fee. If your landlord has asked you to be evicted from a residential property because you haven't paid rent, that's what this is, you may be able to get assistance from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, a local coordinated entry agency, that's Community Action Agency, a housing assessment and resource agency, that's Neighborhood Inc., or a federal help for homeless veterans program if you're a veteran. And you should have received that information with the summons. I hate even telling people that all this because none of those agencies I just talked about, except maybe the veterans, have any money. It's at the end of the fiscal year, everybody's broke. They've spent all their emergency housing money. I'm hopeful that October 1st, a new fiscal year will kick in and maybe they'll have funding again. But right now, there's not much emergency housing funding available. You do not need a judgment against you to receive help from the places listed above. Copy of the summons and complaint are sufficient. If you're able to reach an agreement with your landlord, that means the case would get dismissed. Either you agree to pay or you agree to move by a certain date. They could file what is called a conditional order of dismissal. And we'll either provide you with a form or show you where to find it, or the attorneys would do it. You may be able to reach an agreement by going to mediation. If both parties are interested, the court could refer this matter to Citizens Mediation Authority. But I don't think that's going to happen here. All right, it is 9:10. I'm going to dismiss Riverside Townhouses versus Nautica Hubbard, file 241151 LT. That was submitted by Aaron Cox's office. Dismissal without prejudice usually means they either paid or moved. Let me make some notes here. I don't believe I've dealt with this attorney before. Copper Bay has new counsel from Varnum Rittering office in Kalamazoo, and we'll expect them here any minute. And Jeremy is at work.
Yes. And he drives, so he can't be on his phone while he's working.
Okay. No, we don't recommend that.
No, he's a roll-off driver, so he drives heavy equipment. He has a CDL, so they take that, obviously very seriously. So
I might have my geography wrong. I thought this was in Tamarack, but is Garfield Court, the house is off North Main Street near the sports complex?
Yeah, yeah, right next to Armstrong Park.
Okay, got it. These are now among the most expensive rental units here in the county. This is a standalone home, is that correct?
Correct.
They were building, or they were planned to build a number of these. And I'm not sure how many people here can afford $2,300 a month rent. But we'll find out as we move forward here. This one doesn't look like it's too far out of whack.
Yes, it is by far the highest rent I've ever paid.
Although I was talking with people, the folks that visited from New Hampshire this week. She's a property manager near Concord, New Hampshire, Manchester area, and their rents are about, I think she said about $1,500 a month for a standalone home. If you were in New York City, you could rent a parking space for $2,300 a month, maybe. If you're in Chicago, maybe you could rent a garage for $2,300 a month. And if you were in San Francisco, you could rent 1 square foot for about $2,300 a month. But rents here are lower than in many places. And even though it's still hard for people to pay their rent, people are trying to get by.
Yeah, we moved here about a year and a half ago from Southern Indiana, and we owned our home down there. When we bought it, it was a 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom, pretty big old house, and our mortgage was like $600 a month.
Yes, anybody with an old mortgage is fortunate. My mortgage is so old that it's paid off. Things are fleeing past my email. Let me take a look.
Yeah, they did tell me, because I've been in contact with Copper Bay, and they told me if rent was paid,
Yes.
that this court hearing would be canceled. And I made a payment, so I don't know if they're gonna, I don't know.
That's fine. All right, well, maybe they know something I don't, but at least you're here and you can. Good morning.
Other esteemed judges hanging out with you, but I guess not.
Well, he is here. Is this the opening weekend of Stickley Farms?
It is.
Keep that in mind, Meg. This is the opening weekend of Stickley Farms. No, I'm in the middle of some landlord-tenant proceedings waiting for an attorney.
That sounds exciting.
Yes, well. Good morning, Mr. Hamilton.
How you doing?
Ms. Hamilton. Now, you should have let her go in first.
I should
You take your hat off.
I'm sorry.
All right, here's Riverside. Yeah, Riverside's the next case. There isn't anyone here from Copper Bay, but we aren't at the appointed time yet. Ms. Baker, we have a lot of blank airtime.
Yeah, I apologize for being so early. I'm one of those people.
Oh, you don't
I
need to apologize.
well, I can't be on time. I'm either early or I'm late. I can never just be on time.
Early's better than late.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Kalmbach. You're not up for a bit. I'll put you in the waiting room. All right. The attorney is Elliot Berlin. You said you had made a payment?
Yeah, well, when we got the papers, I was really confused because we were caught up. We got served these papers in June, and the only rent that was due wasn't due until like July 1st or something, and it was only $1,200 that we were, and it wasn't even due yet. So I was really confused when we even got the papers. We'd been having an issue with our bank account, and our payments wouldn't go through. It became a real hassle, and then my account got hacked, and so that's how we got behind.
All right, well, let's just hold up till they get here. Yeah, the
Okay.
demand for non-payment of rent was filed on June 3rd, alleging $2,433, which would essentially be about June's rent. Then when they actually filed the complaint on June 20th, it was alleged that rent was paid through May and the arrearage was $1,044, which would be, here is somebody from the company. It's not the attorney. So maybe she can enlighten us. Her name is Brenda Hill.
Yes, that's who I've been in contact with.
All right, here we go. Copper Bay. Copperhead, Copper Beach, Copper Kettle sitting side by each. Well, I've got them in the background. I need Elliot Berlin and Brenda Hill to join us.
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm trying to get my audio and everything connected.
All right, very good. Good morning. I'm Judge Middleton. I'm here at the courthouse in Centerville. Brandy Baker is here. She logged in early and I've been through her advice of rights as a tenant. Her husband, Jeremy Baker, is not present. He is over the road at work, making money to pay the rent. This is filed as a demand for non-payment of rent. Mr. Elliot Berlin is here on behalf of Copper Bay Companies and one of their representatives, Brenda Hill, is also present. I would also note that Meg Bauer from Legal Aid is also here on the feed with us. We were kind of going through this, trying to see where we were. The demand for possession, the first non-payment of rent notice went to the defendant on June 3rd. At that time, they alleged that the arrearage was $2,433.97. The complaint for non-payment of rent was filed 2 weeks later. So I'm not sure she even got a 30-day notice. But at any rate, then it was alleged that the rent was $1,044.25. What you filed today says they're $8,827 behind, plus $415 plus $298.48. What's the status here, Mr. Berlin?
I think that some of those discrepancies are due to the fact that there has been I think at least 4 or 5 returned payments for non-sufficient funds since this has first come up. So it could be, and I haven't checked exactly, that at the time we filed the complaint, there was a payment that we thought had been made to reduce the balance, and then subsequently it does look like there was a reversal on June 17th for a $900 payment. So I suspect that that's probably why the balance looks higher now than you might expect based on what we said was
rent is substantial each month, so let's just assume that we owe $1,044.25 for May. And then we put in $22.94.25 for June. $22.94.25 for July. $22.9425 for August. And $22.9425 for September. Would give us $10,022.25. And that's not the amount pled. Before you logged in, Mr. Berlin, well, I'm assuming some payments were made. We'll sort this out. This is
that's correct, and there's $25 a month in pet fees that's included here in the total.
Well, let's break this down. What is this $8,827 amount?
That comes from the 2433.97 in the demand. And then since that time, there has been new rent that has come due of $6,882.75 for July, August, and September. And then we've credited $350 worth of payments, and that's where we come up with $88.27.
What is the $415 of other?
That is $100 of pet fees. It's $25 a month for June, July, August, and September. And then there have been a series of NSF reversal fees of $35 each, but there's been $315 worth of those.
All right. Ms. Baker, what's your position here?
Well, like I had told some people, our account, there was something wrong with our account. I'm actually in the process of switching banks because like I had to get all new debit cards for all the accounts, even my mom's account. I take care of my mom. She had a stroke, and even her account, I had to get all new cards because they all got froze. The account on hold. And I was making the payment, and I don't know what happened with the routing number. That's why they were getting reversed, because I had the Fifth Third routing number, the bank account number, and for some reason they just wouldn't go through. So I'm in the process of switching to Omni Bank now, where hopefully I won't have those issues anymore. But that's where those returned or reversal payments were coming from.
All right. Well, do you plan to try to pay this by the end of the month?
Yes, in fact, I submitted another payment yesterday. My plan was to just take a check in, and I had been in contact with Brenda about it. But for the past week, I've been sick, and so I haven't really gone anywhere. So I just submitted another payment last night. And then if there's anything else that's due, and yeah, I'll have it all caught up here by the end of the month.
How much did you pay last night?
I think it was like 9,700 something.
Wow. All right, well, the law requires that we continue this at least 7 days. And so it sounds like you're on top of this. But as I said, this is a lot of money, at least for me. Let's look at next Friday's calendar and see. That would be Friday, September 20th. How are you for 10 a.m. Next Friday, Mr. Berlin?
That would work for me. Thank you.
Friday, September 20th. The defendant expects to pay. Miss Baker, if they got what they asked for, I would give you 10 additional days to pay this, which would be September 30th. So you would then have till the end of the month to get caught up on September's rent. The next day, October's rent would be due, but this is the amount, $8,827 through September. But if you just paid a $9,700 check, most of this, if not all of it, is going to be resolved. I am a little troubled by the fact that you got demand for payment on June 3rd, and they filed the lawsuit on June 20th. They didn't, unless I missed something, wait a 30-day rental period before they filed the action. But
I think it was just a 7-day notice, Your Honor, not
a
a
7-day notice.
Yeah, not a 30-day termination.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong file here. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the next case. All right. Well, anyway, it sounds like this matter is going to be resolved. Now, let's talk about this. If the check clears and everything is good, nobody needs to be here. So you stay in contact with Ms. Hill and the people at Copper Bay. If it does not, and there's still some arrearage, we'll have a hearing next Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll decide how much is due at that point. Now, they've also asked for money damages. So in addition to the demand, I would do money judgment. But if your payment is good, then this thing's going to take care of itself. Anyway, essentially, you've got the rest of this month to get everything caught up. All right, do you have any questions?
No, just, you said money damages. What is that?
That means if you don't pay the money, they could try to collect by garnishing your bank accounts or wages or that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Normally, we don't do a money judgment right at the time of the possession judgment, but they paid the fee and they've asked for money damages. So if you pay everything, it's not going to matter. Everything will just get wiped out. All right. I will see you I hope I don't see you, but otherwise I'll see you next Friday at 10 o'clock.
Will that be by Zoom or would you like us in person?
Yes, it'll all be by Zoom once again. Everybody did a
Okay.
good job. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton are here. Their case isn't set for 9:40, so we have a few minutes. We do have what time our Riverside case is. Let's see where we are. There was a dismissal in there. Our 910 Riverside case versus Nautica Hubbard was dismissed. Our next Riverside case isn't until 10:15, Ms. Kalmbach. That's 45 minutes from now. So you might as well just, I'm sure you got work to do. Just check back in about 45 minutes, rather than have you just sit here. And we've got a couple more matters to take care of. But yeah, we've got a 9:40. And then I have a 10 o'clock civil matter, and then I have a couple more Riversides. So I'll see you in about 45 minutes, okay?
All right, thank you.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton will sit here and wait for 8 minutes to see whether Mr. Odom comes in. All right, the world's most boringest live feed, 8 minutes of dead air. I checked my email. The judicial weighted caseload study starts Monday. And the other court staff is going to be doing it as well. So we have obligation to track our time and which kind of matters we're spending our time on. And they're trying to get a sense of how court and court staff are allocating their time. And it's quite detailed. Different types of cases, traffic, landlord tenant, small claims, general civil, misdemeanor, drinking, driving, domestic violence, breakdown, whether it's pre-trial, trial, post-trial, administrative obligations, HR management, lots of things to keep track of. We've had to do this every several years. Nobody really likes it much, but private practice attorneys are always tracking their billable hours. The Supreme Court just wants to know how much time it takes to do everything and how much judicial resources are needed in each county. Anyway, my email from the district judge's listserv is blowing up. That's what's flashing across my screen.
Judge, how long are they having you all track your time? Like for a week, a month?
I believe it's a week.
There are always grumbles around my office. Like most law firms, we track our time in 6-minute increments. But, and everybody complains about it, but at least we don't have to do that and then just try to fight to get paid for it. So
Yes, same for us.
the problem is sometimes it kills me once I get past my billables for the day. I don't get billed for the second set of full day of billables that I do. We get paid the same amount whether we work an 8-hour day or a 12-hour day. I assume it's the
Yes.
same for you guys.
I haven't worked too many 12-hour days. It's not since I left the prosecutor's office.
I'm
All right, Mr. and
getting
Mrs.
tired now.
Hamilton, why don't you come up and have a seat up here at the plaintiff's table? We'll wait and see whether Mr. Odom is going to appear. Let me get my notes. Mr. Odom was personally served. All right, it's 9:40. This is a landlord-tenant matter. It's entitled J.C. Hamilton versus Kenneth Odom. On the lease, it also noted that Elizabeth Langworthy was able to live there. Is she still there?
No, she left about 3 years ago.
Now, this is some of the lowest rent in the county.
I
Is
know
I'll call it most affordable. Now, the lease says it's $410 per month. And what you pled in your pleadings is $395
The
a
reason
month.
it said that because we put the pet fee on there to make it $410.
Okay,
I didn't put the pet fee in here or the late fee. I just added the $395 rent.
well, how much is the arrearage now?
Rearage now is $23.70 because when I filed this, it was $15.80 and he haven't paid anything. So I think it's $23.70.
When did he last pay?
March.
Is he still there?
Yeah.
Is this a mobile home?
Yes.
But he doesn't own the mobile home. He's renting the mobile home and the lot from
He's
you.
renting the mobile home and the lot. I own the mobile home and the lot.
All right. I haven't seen you in quite a while. I didn't know if you either got out of the landlord business or everybody's paying
No,
the
I'm-
rent on time.
I'm selling the properties in the city. I'm gonna keep the ones in the country.
Well, all right. He isn't here. Let's just check to make sure. Hi, I'm looking for another customer, Kenneth Odom. All right, thanks. Every once in a while, I actually do find somebody sitting on the bench or something, but it doesn't take but a second just to check. He's also not in, at least he may not be in jail, but he's not in our jail. I also checked that too. Now here's Motorola. He's not here. Good morning, sir. Are you Kenneth Odom? Could you unmute your microphone? It's a nice day out there on Steiner Road. Mr. Odom, I'm gonna ask you to remove your hat and unmute your microphone if you would. Thank you, sir. There should be a little microphone with a slash through it, and you need to touch that and unmute the microphone. We used to have this problem almost every day. In fact, someone gave me this. Probably can't see it. And somebody gave me another one they actually bought at Target. I think somebody had that one made. Mr. Odom, maybe it'd help if you sat down in one spot. You're kind of making me dizzy. I've got a panorama view of Steiner Road. And there's your assistant. Maybe she can unmute it. It should be a little red slash with a microphone. I used to be able to unmute it at my end. I wish they would return that feature. They can mute somebody. I can't unmute them. And I can't unmute them from my end. I can only ask them to unmute. My life would be much easier if I could unmute the microphone from this end. Yes, very good. Thank you. Finally hit the right button. Good morning, sir. Are you Kenneth Odom?
Yes.
Mr. Odom, This matter was set for 9:40. You're late to your own party, but you are here. This is a landlord-tenant matter. Your landlords, Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton, are here with me at the courthouse. This is a property out on Steiner Road in, I think, Lockport Township.
Correct.
Mr. Steiner, your landlord wants you to pay the rent or move. As a defendant in a landlord-tenant proceeding, including non-payment of rent, you have the following legal rights. I have a really nice view of the inside of your ear.
I'm just trying to make sure I hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, you have the right to retain counsel for representation in this matter. If you cannot afford an attorney, a legal aid attorney may be available to help you. Meg Bauer from Legal Aid is here with us on the feed here today. You have a right to a trial by a jury or by the court. If you wish to have a jury trial, you have to tell me today and be prepared to file the $50 jury demand fee or file the fee in the form in writing within 5 days. If you cannot afford the fee, you can ask the judge to waive it. The matter has to be heard here in St. Joseph County where the property is. If your landlord has asked you to be evicted from a residential property because you haven't paid rent, you may be able to get assistance from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, a local coordinated entry agency, a housing assessment and resource agency, or a federal help for homeless veterans program if you're a veteran. And I sent that information to you with the summons. However, right now, none of those agencies have any money. You do not need a judgment against you to get assistance from those places. A copy of the summons and complaint are sufficient. If you are able to reach an agreement with the landlord, that means the case would get dismissed. We can assist you in preparing or locating what is called a conditional order of dismissal. You may be able to reach an agreement with the landlord by going through mediation. If both parties are interested, the court can help set that up. What Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton told me while waiting for you to show up is that no rent has been paid since March.
Correct.
And the lease says 410, but they calculated this at $395 per month. It was $1,580. Now they contend the arrearage is $2,370 through September. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Who else lives there? Miss Langworthy is not there anymore. Are you there by yourself or do you have another tenant?
Yeah, at this time I'm by myself and I was
All right.
out of work for a while.
What's your plan? Do you have a plan to pay this or do you plan to move?
I plan on paying this. I'm doing everything I can. I'm trying to sell my truck. I'm honestly trying to get it. I've tried to go to DHS. I went to all kinds of places trying to get some help.
What did you
And like
find
you
there?
said, what's that? They ain't got no money.
Well,
Yeah, they
your
told me the
rent is
same
about the lowest unsubsidized rent. It's very hard to find something to rent for $400 a month.
Oh yes,
And
I
you've been
agree.
there for six or 7 years. The law requires that I adjourn this matter at least 7 days. I'm going to continue this to 9/20 at 10:10.
Okay.
Now, my hope was October 1st that the funding agencies would have a new fiscal year and have some money, but I don't know that for a fact. But right now, there is not much in the way of emergency housing money. During COVID, a lot of landlords got paid, a lot of tenants got their rent paid, but that money is gone. Those programs no longer exist. There are some other emergency programs. Your rent is only $395 a month, but when you stack up the months, it's $2,370. I just talked to a lady a little bit ago. Her rent was $2,370 per month.
Wow.
But if you don't pay this rent, you could be evicted, put out on the street, and Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton could put somebody else in there and probably charge a higher rate if they wish to. So the law says I have to continue this for 7 days. which would put us at September 20th. You would have 10 days more from that day to pay the rent or move out. So essentially, you need to pay this rent by the end of the month. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton don't have to evict you on that day, but the very next day is October, and then they're going to be another month's rent behind. They
Right.
can agree to some sort of a plan to get caught up. Are you back to work?
Yeah, I am now.
Where are you working?
I'm working for a cleaning business right now. See, my fingers got messed up and I was off work for a while and I couldn't go back to work. I had surgery on them.
All right, well,
And
if you
so-
sell a truck or something, maybe that would help.
Yeah, that was the plan to help get it right. Yeah, caught up.
All right, well, let's continue this. You're welcome to come in by Zoom. You're also welcome to come in live. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton will be here. You're welcome to come in by Zoom. Please do it on time or
Okay.
live, but it will be next Friday at 10:10. Now, my suggestion to everybody is to stay in contact with their landlord. Partial payment will not prevent the writ of eviction. So
Right.
let's say you pay them $1,500. You'd still owe another $850 plus court costs. What cures this is paying the entire amount. They can agree to work with you on this, but they don't have to. But let's figure the rest of it. We have a $55 filing fee and a $37.45 service fee. That's $92.95 plus the amount of rent is $24.62.45.
So 2,500.
And I think the Hamiltons have been cutting you some slack. There's no late fees
Oh, yes,
in
they
here.
have.
There's no
they've
pet
been
fees
really-
in here. So the amount you owe is $2,462.45. $24.62.45. And we'll discuss
All
it
right.
further next Friday morning at 10:10.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right, I'll see you next Friday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
From the
Yes, Your Honor.
state? And do you want to accept that, or do you need to talk to your attorney more?
I will accept that.
All right. Well, Mr. Dean, what is the offer then?
Your Honor, what we discussed was that he's got one count. It's just a simple expired driver's license. State has agreed that essentially he would have a control sentence of 30 days. That upon payment of the cost of fines, which would be 108 on court costs, there's no booking or processing fee, and the state's not requesting given the level of offense here. And Mr. Planche's military service and current location that he'd be booked or processed, and that he'd simply be assessed a $100 fine. And as soon as those matters are placed on non-reporting probation, that would automatically terminate upon full payment of the case.
So he's charged as, oh, just a moment, I'm looking at Ms. Slocum still.
It's a no DL charge, Your Honor. His driver's license is expired.
And that's what he's pleading to?
Yes.
Pleading guilty or no contest, Mr. Planche? Do you know the difference? Guilty admits it, no contest means I don't want to admit it, but I don't want to deny it, take it to trial. He'd still be found guilty, but you wouldn't have an
Yes,
admission.
Your Honor.
So how do you want to
I
plead?
understand. No contest.
All right, so you're not admitting or denying the charge, but you don't want to take it to trial. Do you understand this no contest plea will most likely still result in a conviction, and you're giving up your right to a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone making you do this by any threats or promises other than the agreement I've heard about on record?
No, ma'am.
Very well, then, Mr. Dean, I need a factual basis to support operating without a license.
Your Honor, on December 5th, 2023, Deputy Clint Hanson with Greenwood County Sheriff's Department was on patrol on US Highway 400 westbound at the 326 mile marker. We noticed a small silver passenger car approaching that was eastbound in the left lane with no other cars, therefore lingering in the left lane, which is a passing lane only. Officer activated his emergency lights, stopped the vehicle, made contact with Mr. Planchet, and determined that his driver's license had expired as of January 24, 2021. And that all occurred within the boundaries of Greenwood County, Kansas.
I will accept the defendant's plea as freely and voluntarily entered as no contest, and the state's factual basis supporting the no contest plea as sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty of operating without a valid license, and do so at this time. The sentence will be 30 days, but it is suspended. The defendant will be given a 6-month non-reporting probation. Court costs are assessed at $108. In addition to the $108 court costs and a $100 fine, I will address attorney fees. Mr. McClendon, are you appointed on this or retained?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm retained.
Very well. I'm not going to order attorney fees as those are privately arranged between defendant and counsel. Anything else we need to, oh, how long do you need to pay these, Mr. Planchet?
It could be done within 6 minutes.
Within 6 minutes? Well, it could be if I had a journal entry on file that fast. But I think if you're going to pay online, we may need a few more days. So how about if I give you 30 days to pay, so you can have time to get that, or we can have time to get the journal entry file. Check in a few days, and as soon as you can get through and get that paid, then all you have to do to comply with your probation is not violate any laws. Don't violate any laws. Keep the county attorney informed if you have any change in your address or status or any such information they require. Now, to pay online, do you have the website?
No, Your Honor.
Would you like that?
Yes, ma'am.
It is, are you ready? It is pay, P-A-Y, pay, K-S, courts, courts.com. It's pay, kscourts.com. Again, that's spelled PAYKSCOURTS.com. And they will want your case number, which is the GW 2023 TR 300124. Anything else, Mr. Dean? Do you want to go over the journal entry with him or with his counsel?
Almost ready for that, Your Honor. How, so did we set a pay or appear?
Oh, we didn't set a pay or appear date. We will do that, Missy, about 30 days out.
The closest thing I have to 30 days is October 25th at 11.
All right. What that means, Mr. Planchet, is if you don't have that paid by October 25th at 11, you'll need to log back on here with us by Zoom with your counsel. But I am confident that you'll have that taken care of, like you said, within a few days, as soon as we're able to file that journal entry. But that's our custom, is to set a pay or appear date, and that's what I'll do. Mr. McClendon, anything that you would like for us to address before the journal entry is presented?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Williams, case caption, standard appearances, no contest. or found guilty, no driver's license, 8-235, 30 days, suspended, payment of costs and fines within 36 months, non-reporting probation, 108 court cost, fine of 100, standard conditions, non-report, pay within 30, pay or appear on the October 25th date at 11. Keep the county attorney's office notified to change addresses, and probation to automatically terminate upon payment of all costs and fines.
Looks good.
So there's a possibility that by the end of today, this will be on file and you could pay, but that would be the earliest.
What I will do, I have to stop and take up an urgent matter unrelated to this docket, so I'm gonna go off screen for just a few minutes. And if your staff, well, I'm not gonna push your staff, but if it shows up in my queue before the end of this other quick matter, I'll look at it. I'll check my queue throughout the morning and see if I can get it. I know your staff needs some time.
I'll go take care of that right now, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Planchet, we're gonna try to get this on file in record time. And I think he disappeared.
Thank you, Judge.
Cancel the, all right. So the rest, Mr. Planchet is excused from these proceedings. Mr. McClendon, you're excused unless you have another case on this docket.
I'm done, Judge. We'll
All right,
see you at
thanks.
1:30.
See you at 1:30 then. Thank you. And the rest of you, I'll be back just as quickly as I can. Thank you.
State of Michigan. The 14A1 District Court for the County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Arbor Club Apartments versus James Holmes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Cheryl Huff on behalf of the plaintiff.
And good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
My name is James Holmes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And what is the claim in this case, Ms. Luckoff?
Your Honor, rent to retain $1,109.42, cost of $181 for a total of $1,290.42.
And Mr. Holmes, what do you have to say about that? How are you going to get that paid, sir?
Well, sir, I contacted my worker. Here's my situation. I live by myself. I just lost my son. I'm in a power wheelchair. For the past 9 weeks, I've been trying to get someone to help me to pay for the batteries so I can get around. No one did. I ended up having to take my check and pay $808 to order batteries for my wheelchair because I weigh 380 pounds and I can't do anything without my chair. So I contacted my DHS worker. She said they don't do that type of thing. But I told her, I said, well, I got my rent money. She said, well, we help you in something like that, in a case like that, because you're facing addiction. So I had to make a choice, sir, and I apologize, but I have no way of living without my chair. And I'm asking for 30 days.
Right.
I need time to take the paperwork to my worker, and I'm asking if I can have maybe 30 days and get this all paid up, please.
Okay, have you tried to get any assistance to pay other than DHS?
No, sir, because DHS, first of all, I haven't been able to get down there. I've been calling them on the phone. Even the manager here at the apartment, he went over there for me just a few days ago, and he's having a problem trying to get through to anyone.
Okay, so here's what Mr. Holmes, here's what I'm gonna do. you're gonna stay on the line. I'm gonna put you into a breakout room with our court liaison and talk about resources that might be available to you to help you get this paid, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna adjourn your case out to September 20th, 2024 at 12 p.m. So at noon, and let you talk with Amy and try to figure out whether or not there's something that can help you get this sorted out, okay?
Okay, you said it's the 20th at what time? I'll write this down.
At 12 noon.
12 noon on the 20th. Okay, I'll
Yes,
call
next-
back the
next
same way I'm
week.
calling now. I'll call back
Pardon?
the same way. I'll call you the same way I'm calling now.
Yeah, I'll let you appear that way. You can do it the same way, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, not a problem. You stay right where you are, and then we'll
Okay.
make sure you go into a breakout room to talk with Amy, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Calls the case of Arbor Club Apartments versus, is it Claudio Hernandez Bolanos?
For the record, Your Honor, Cheryl Wolkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
They have not checked in. It's not up here, but, oh, it is. There it is. All right, I do have second mailing. Would you like to proceed?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment in this matter, rent to retain $1,735, court costs $181.
That is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested with a writ issued in 10 days. Arbor Club versus Jones, Six Trails versus McClug, Six Trails versus Kowalski, and Six Trails versus Hutchinson. I think that's everyone. Those matters are dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thanks.
Northfield Crossing versus Nicholas Buckland.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sydney Fontanello for the plaintiff.
Hello, Sydney. How are you?
I'm good,
And
Your Honor.
also Brittany Moore. They have not checked in. If you'd like to proceed, I do have second mailing. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am requesting a default judgment. There's rent to retain of $1,831.80, court costs of $244, for a total of $2,075.80, and I would request a writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue 10 days. Northfield Crossing versus Kelly Ellis. Kelly Ellis. No response. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am requesting a default judgment for possession only. There is rent to retain of $1,754, court costs of $189, for a total of $1,943, and I would request writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue 10 days. Northfield Crossing versus Christina Johnson and Ann Rowe. Johnson, Rowe, no response. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $1,848.47, court costs of $244, for a total of $2,092.47. I am requesting a default judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue in 10 days. Northfield Crossing versus Brianna Leverett. Ms. Leverett, can you unmute and turn on your camera?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And counsel, what's the claim?
Your Honor, I'm showing that there's rent due of $1,800.55, court costs of $189, for a total of $1,989.55 due.
Ma'am, how are you intending on getting that paid?
Well, I have been reaching out to the agencies. I really fell into a bind. I've got really behind on all my bills. I was laid off from my job. But I am in the process. My mother is going to be moving out here with me. She just signed the lease a few days ago. And she's planning on helping me moving forward. But unfortunately, she doesn't get paid until like the third with her retirement check. So from that point, I'll be able to start making payments. And I spoke with the leasing office. She spoke with the leasing office regarding it.
So she's moving in with you, is that?
Yes.
Okay. In the interim, have you tried to talk to anybody about any assistance or anything?
Yes, all the agencies that I've reached out to, everyone is saying that their funds has been exhausted. I'm actually trying to work on that in my DTE. I'm out of lights and everything. I'm just in a bad spot. But everyone states.
Okay, Ms. Leverett?
Yes.
Did you call Housing Access for Washtenaw County?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that?
Someone came out to my house, but being that I don't have any source of income coming in, they're really stating with my bill being so high, both bills, it's like I can't get any help.
Okay. Did they give you an appointment to talk to them at all or no?
Well, they came out here, but I haven't heard anything from them. They just said that they were going to work on it, but I haven't heard anything. But
Okay.
I was under the impression that they didn't have any funds.
Okay. How long ago was that you did that?
That was maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So things might have changed a little bit because it came down to the 1st of September. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn your case out to the 20th, next Friday at 2 p.m. Okay?
Okay.
I need you to wait here. Just hang on the virtual courtroom. We're going to put you into a room with our court liaison, Amy, and let you talk to her about resources that might be available to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. See you next week.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Northville Crossing versus Douglas Pickle. Douglas Pickle, they're not here. You may proceed if you'd like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am requesting a default judgment. There is rent due of $1,804.17, court costs of $189, for a total of $1,993.17, and I would request for it to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ issue in 10 days. Northville Crossing versus Brian Rast.
Here. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Rast.
Hello.
All right. And also, I should say Sarah Rast. Sandra Rast. I'm sorry. Both of you are there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Why are you letting him hog the camera?
I
No, I'm
guess
kidding.
he's more beautiful than I am.
It's okay. All right. Thank you. All
You're
right.
welcome.
What is plaintiff's claim in this case?
Your Honor, I'm showing that there's rent due of $1,764, court costs of $244, for a total of $2,008.
Okay, folks, how are you intending on trying to get this paid?
Okay, here's the situation. My wife had lost her job, May 3rd. And then we agreed to pay, lot rent
On the
on the 23rd for August. Because, well, we was, being far behind, we made an agreement for the 23rd, but I guess they didn't really want to work with me because I'm on, Social Security disability. And I got my check on the 26th, but nobody has the patience, seems like nobody has the patience anymore. So, now we're getting hit with all these charges, and then August, I didn't get paid until the 28th of August, but they couldn't wait. And but I do have the 867 with me today, what our lot rent was. I can't afford to pay all these court costs. And
Okay, okay, let's do this.
and I will, if I can interrupt you there for a minute, I do get my check on the 25th of this month. And by that time, I will be paying September's lot rent.
Okay, I see what you're doing. I got you. Okay, so let's try to work this through. The 867 that you have, do you have that in cash?
Yes, I do. Yes.
All right. So you're here at the court at 14A1, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so take that. I'm not sure what they're taking from you or not, but take the 867 that you have.
Okay.
And I want you to put that into court escrow. You can pay that right at the court counter, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we'll have the 867. And then you don't have another check coming until sometime later this month, right?
The 25th.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week because that's what I can give you to the 20th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
So I'd have to come back.
What I want you to do, have you, what's your monthly rent that you have to pay? Is it the 867?
Well, maybe she could, maybe.
813.
Connor, if you can give me just a second, I can calculate it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And we didn't have cable. We don't want to be charged for August.
All right.
Because
Okay, hold on, Mr. S, hold on. Let's work
Okay.
this. We'll just work this through.
Okay.
Okay, so rent per month just for the site is $706, Your Honor. And then we have a pet fee of $10, so that's $716. Looks like we then have
Her water bill.
a $14 water charge, and then we have a $5 sewer charge. And then it does look like there's an amenity fee of $77. And that brings us to, I believe, $812. And then
$812.
there is a late fee that is put on the 6th.
What is that amenity?
Okay. So hold on, Mr. Rass. Hold on. Okay. So here's what I want you to do. Get that 867 in.
Okay.
All right, to the court. I'm adjourning it out to 2 p.m. on the 20th. And then I'm going to have you go into a breakout room with Amy, our court liaison, who can give you some other information regarding potential things or financial assistance that may catch you up. All right, because it seems go ahead.
Sir, I don't need any of that. I just need somebody to be a little bit patient with me. I can take.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I know. And you may not want it, but what I'm saying is at this point, on the 25th, are you saying you can pay everything?
I'm gonna pay what is normally due. I can't pay.
Okay, but that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is if your check is coming in on the 25th, we got to kind of get you a month ahead. So if there's somebody that can provide assistance, I don't know if they can, just to get you over this hump because of the lost employment, that can happen, maybe that can happen. And then when your check comes in on the 25th, you're paying that next month and you guys are good.
Well, that sounds all great and everything, but it's just, a lot of time taken up and it's hard to get around to do all that. I just, if I could just.
Mr. Rast?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rast, that's why you're right here at the court right now. We're gonna put you into a virtual breakout room, so you don't have to move from where you are right now. You can talk to the person. They can at least provide you information regarding that to get you guys over this hump. Okay?
Okay. And how, okay. We
All right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to do it that way. So that way, because otherwise what's gonna end up happening, Mr. Rast, I can't force the landlord necessarily to wait till the 25th for you to get your check. And then you're still gonna be behind on this amount. And I don't wanna see that happen. And then all of a sudden you end up in a situation where they want a judgment and then are asking to have you evicted.
Okay, well, let me ask the representative there, what is the $77 amenity fee?
I can't tell you what the amenity fee is for. I just see it on the ledger.
Do you work for Northville Crossing, correct?
I am the attorney for Northville Crossing.
Okay, well, you should know what that is then.
Hey, Mr. Rast, I'm not gonna have that.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Rast.
Yes, sir.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
I don't think that at where you are right now and everything else, that you want to get into a fight about this because it may not end well for you and your wife.
Okay.
Let's just try to get you over this hump. We'll figure out what the costs are and what's on your account. Try to get it done and get you guys on an even keel so you don't have this problem. Okay?
Okay, sir, I'm gonna have to come back here on the 20th?
Yes, sir.
So, the representative there, we can't come to an agreement on paying, can you wait till the 25th to pay the September, lot rent?
Mr. Rast, so I think Judge Simpson is trying to help you here, and so we're gonna come back on the 20th. I will inquire with my client about what the $77 amenity fee is, and I should hopefully have an answer for when we come back on the 20th, okay? So let's come back on the 20th and make sure that you talk with whoever's in the breakout room and we can go from there, okay?
Okay, so sorry about my frustration.
No, I get it, but sometimes frustration can get you to a place you don't want to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, you guys wait right where you are. And as soon as Amy's available, she's in with somebody else. As soon as she's available, I'll have her talk to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And we'll see you next week. Mrs. Rast,
Yes,
you know what?
what?
Next time I'm gonna talk to you. I
Okay,
don't like, okay?
okay.
Because I think you'll probably be nicer than he was to me.
Yes, I will be.
All right. Okay.
Hey,
You two,
no
you two
problem,
hang
Mr.
on the
Judge.
line. Have a great weekend.
You too,
You
thank
too.
you.
Versus Kramer, all parties as before. Any announcements from either party?
Sorry, Your Honor, Kramer?
Isn't that the lady at the courthouse with the
Oh,
insurance?
sorry, yes,
Okay.
remember,
Ms. Kramer, did you get your insurance down to the county attorney's office?
Yes, I'm gonna have to go with the diversion.
yeah, that's what I would recommend.
All right. So you've applied for diversion or not?
No.
Are you able to get that application in today?
Yes.
All right, Missy, when's our next diversion review?
That would be the 27th of September. Is that too soon?
Probably is.
Yeah, I would say that's too soon.
Okay, then we'll have to go to October 25th at 11.
All right. October 25th at 11 a.m. You will be back here before me by Zoom again, Ms. Kramer. If you are not approved and you have not signed and submitted your diversion contract, not just the application, but the agreement. So make sure you understand all of that process and comply with that. If the county attorney is satisfied that you've done everything you need to, they'll tell you you don't need to appear. Otherwise, you need to be back here October 25th, 2024 at 11. And I was thinking that I saw you, did you go in and get processed with your picture and print taken? Have you done that yet, Ms. Kramer? Posted a bond? Okay, let's see if you have a bond in here.
I got printed over in El Dorado. I don't know if that's the same.
That works. That you did it for us. So you posted a $1,000 bond with Florio Fast Bond on June 13th, 2024. So unless the state objects, I'll continue that bond with the added condition that you either be diverted or reappear October 25th at 11.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No.
All right, Ms. Kramer or Kamer, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Ms. Kamer, if you have nothing else, then you're excused at this time as well. We'll now be on the record in Caldwell, 2024 TR 100, State of Kansas versus Zachary James Caldwell. Mr. Paul E. Dean for the state. Mr. Zachary James Caldwell in person and pro se on the status conference. Mr. Caldwell, can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have the registration charge, driving while suspended, and insurance. Are you going to have an attorney represent you? You told us in July you're going to hire one.
I'm going to, some things came up and I couldn't post his bond or his
retainer.
retainer. And if I could, can you continue it for another 30 days? And I'll be able to have a lawyer on for that one.
Well, okay, your first appearance was back April 2nd, failed to appear, so this is getting some age to it. Mr. Dean, any objection to one more continuance?
No objection to one more continuance, and I would also, while your attorney, whoever you hire would give you the same advice. I'm not your attorney, obviously, because I'm on the other side. However, while you're working things out with your attorney, I'd be working with the Department of Revenue to also work towards a reinstatement, because generally when you get if you get your driving privileges reinstated, which it looks like you're eligible to, I take that into heavy consideration in regards to how we get this case resolved. Okay.
Okay.
All right, here you
I
go.
appreciate that.
So I'm going to continue the $1,500 bond you used Florio Fast out for and posted June 18th with the added condition that you reappear, Missy, when?
October 25th at 9 o'clock.
October 25th at 9 o'clock, unless you and your attorney get something else worked out with the prosecutor by then. Otherwise, you must be back here by Zoom October 25th, 2024 at 11 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Ah, thank you.
Hey, paying attention, so good job.
I don't, the first one I missed only because I had the wrong county.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Caldwell, you're excused at this time. Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Planche's journal entry and uniform recall it's been e-filed. Let's put it that way.
It has been filed.
I don't know if it's made it, how long it takes to get to your queue, but you might get
Okay. Let me see.
check here a little bit.
Yeah, well, if you'll remind me to check that shortly. Missy, you're not able to check that by chance, are you?
What was it? The bench warrant on who?
It's that Planche, the military gentleman that was on here a while ago, just to see if his journal entry has been filed, so
Oh, journal entry.
journal entry and recall his warrant.
No, I just have the amended bench warrant from when we changed it to an OR, but no, it would be in your queue and I can't see that.
Okay, well, you can check with the clerk maybe and see if they put it in there, if they pushed it through or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll now be on the record in Rothweiler 2024 TR 270, State of Kansas versus James B. Rothweiler, and Paul E. Dean appears for the state while Mr. Rothweiler appears in person.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, ma'am.
pro
Sorry.
se. And I can't remember if you told me that it is Rothweiler or did you say it's?
No, yeah, you got it exactly right.
Okay, all right. I know we talked about that before.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, sir, you still just have one count now of speeding?
Yeah, I was going to get a lawyer. That's what we discussed last time.
Okay.
I've consulted with a lawyer and he suggested before I go that route to ask, I guess, the prosecutor, not you per se, that do you all have some sort of diversion plan that I could possibly enter into to avoid, to avoid the
on your
points on my
record.
license? Yes.
Sure.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Is
He told me to ask that before he charged me money for him to ask you that.
Yeah, it would probably be cheaper for you to do a diversion and have you hire an attorney to go do a
To
diversion.
do diversion. So that's exactly what he told me. So that was good free advice.
All right, let's set this over, Missy, to October 25th. She's probably on the line with the clerk. October 25th, I'm assuming is the date, October 25th, 24. Now, do you want me to set this for trial or do you just want me to set it for status, Mr. Rothweiler?
Well, I status is fine because unless you all have a problem with me doing diversion, that would be the route I would want to go.
Okay,
I don't.
October 24th, I'm going to put it at 9 a.m., Mr. Dean.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
October
Right.
25th?
At 9, is that okay, Missy?
Yes.
All right, that will be the order then, Mr. Rothweiler. Of course, if you're diverted by then, the county attorney will tell you don't have to be here.
Do I need to contact the county attorney outside of here? Is that the best?
Yes, call
Yes,
them right
okay.
now, I would think.
Call them right now. There's an application you need to fill out and an application fee, and then, because it'll take time to get approved and then go send you a contract. That's going to be executed and then fees sent in with that for the stay order to be filed. So, and as far as making sure that it's been approved and taken care of, I would suggest you be proactive and call to see hey,
Understood.
everything done. But yeah, it's a two-step process. You're going to have to send in that application. If everything gets approved, contract comes to you, then you've got to approve that and send back to us, and that all needs to be accomplished
Understood.
next day.
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you.
Sometimes folks think sending in the contract, the application is all they have to do.
I understand. I will see that through.
All righty.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're excused at this time, sir.
All right. Thank you.
And is there, let's take up Misty Harris on the record in 2023 TR 122, or I'm sorry, 125, that's 23 TR 300125, State of Kansas versus Misty Dawn Harris, with Paul E. Dean for the state and Miss Harris in person, if she'll start her audio.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Harris, you need to start your video also, and that should be a little red camera with a line through it. Perfect, okay.
Did I get, okay.
You did that perfectly. All right, Miss Harris is here for the status hearing on one count of driving while suspended back in November a year ago.
Yes.
And when you were here June 25th, I'm not sure what your plans were for today. Were you going to get an attorney, apply for diversion, request
I was going,
trial?
sorry, I was going to apply for a diversion.
And did you get around to doing that?
No, I'm asking if I can do that today. No, I have not.
No,
I
you're
called
not,
around to a few attorneys
you're not
and
eligible for diversion. Sorry, man.
I'm not, okay.
So what I
So
can
then what
offer
would I
today
need to do?
is basically that you can either enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Looks like this is it's a first offense. And first offense would be $100 fine, 108 court costs. You were booked and processed, so that's $45 booking and processing fee. 6 months non-reporting probation, 6 months controlling sentence suspended. Basically, conditions don't violate the law, pay the cost, fines off as directed, or give you an appropriate amount of time on payment. If you need more time than say 90 days, court could place you on reporting probation, which once you get that taken care of, you could always ask for the probation to be terminated at that point in time.
Okay.
Or you can set it for trial. So it's whichever you want to do.
I'll just go on and pay the fines and the fees because I'm also in the process of getting it reinstated. I've already paid my, what is it? My sub transaction to get it started, to get it reinstated. So I'll just go on and pay the fines and everything.
So are you telling me you're waiving your right to an attorney then? You're not going to hire?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Correct.
Is anyone making you waive your right to attorney?
No, ma'am.
And you do understand for the record that you have the right to an attorney if you want to hire or
Yes.
apply? Okay. So we'll have the journal entry and docket notes reflect that you've waived your right to counsel. And then you said you want to plead guilty or no contest? I didn't hear that. Guilty?
No contest.
Okay, all right, you remember the no contest.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
anyone making you enter this plea of no contest with any threats or promises?
No.
And understand that even though it's no contest, you'll most likely be found guilty and you'll not be able to appeal that conviction.
Okay.
And you're
Yes.
giving up your right to trial. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dean, do you have a factual basis to support this, or do you want to offer the citation as a proffer of what your evidence would show? If this were trial?
Your Honor, we can, yes, the citation could be offered as basically a proffer, but it would also just indicate that Deputy Harris on November 22nd, 2023, was eastbound on US 400 within the confines of Greenwood County, Kansas, saw a white sedan traveling again in the left-hand lane, passing lane with no vehicle being actively passed, and actually no other vehicles present. Stop was made, and at that point in time, it was determined based upon her paperwork that her driving privileges had been suspended by the state of Missouri.
Well, with the finding that the defendant's no contest plea is freely and voluntarily entered and the state providing a factual basis to support that plea, I find the defendant guilty. The state has told me what his recommendations will be. Ms. Harris, you can make any recommendations you want. You don't have to, but if you have anything else you'd like to say before I pronounce your sentence, you're welcome to.
No, I just want to double check now. It would be $100 fine and then a 45 fee, correct?
Well, what he is recommending is a $100 fine, which
Okay.
is the minimum required by law for this offense. And I will follow those recommendations and issue a $100 fine. Also required is a $108 court cost that counsel referred to. And then he mentioned the $45 booking fee. That is a local rule that requires you to pay $45 in for booking and processing, which you did. So your total comes to a $100 fine plus 108 court costs. That's 208. And then your $45 on top of that is $253. I'm also imposing a 6-month controlling sentence. You will not have to serve any of that as long as you're successful on a 6-month non-reporting probation. Conditions of the non-reporting probation require you to violate no laws for the next 6 months and to pay the total due at agreed upon time. And when do you think you can pay that? I can give you 30 days, 60 days or less.
30 days will be fine.
All right, 30 days. And Missy, my assistant's going to give us a pay or appear date. Missy?
Okay.
October 25th at 11.
All right, so if you have,
25th at 11.
if you, that, it's what I said, pay or appear. If it's paid, you don't have to be back. If it's not, you'll be here and we'll be talking about how that affects your probation and so forth. So those are the orders. Mr. Dean, do you want to go over the journal entry or anything further?
Your Honor, if I could get it to hold stay for a second. This is the case caption, just state of Kansas versus yourself, case number that's assigned to each individual number assigned to each case. Date that you appeared via Zoom, appeared pro se, meaning without an attorney, and on the record, you waived counsel. You entered a no contest plea to the sole count driving while suspended, violation of 8262. That has a 6 months sentence in the Greenwood County Jail, which is suspended for payment of costs within 30 days and 6 months non-reporting probation with a 108 court cost, $45 booking and processing fee, and a $100 fine being assessed as well. Conditions of the non-reporting probation, 30 days to pay the costs and fines. If you haven't paid, be here on October 25th. 2024 at 11 a.m. I don't know how. I felt like I could almost guess that date based on what you've done. And you need to keep the county attorney's office notified if you change addresses as an additional condition of probation and no law violations. Do you agree, ma'am, that that's what the court approved today or ordered today?
Yes.
And therefore I placed an S/S to signify basically that you've approved the journal entry for filing.
Okay.
And you can pay that online at paykscourts.org. Like it sounds, paykscourts.com.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This time, Ms. Harris, you're welcome. We are now on the record in Espinoza, 2020 TR 814, State of Kansas versus Matthew Lee Espinoza, Paul E. Dean for the state. Is Mr. Espinoza here? I called earlier and he was not. He has a driving while suspended charge dating back to December 14th of 2020.
Who do we have at the courthouse?
Sir, are you here? Are you here for the 10 o'clock? The gentleman at the courthouse, what's your name?
I do have people in the waiting room for the 10 o'clock. I'll go ahead and let them in, and there is an interpreter in there. He
I
may
see
be
that.
here for that.
All right, well, I need to know who's at the courthouse. Give me your name, please.
Betty Bennett?
Bennett?
Yeah, Betty Bennett, Judge.
That's Betty Bennett? I'm
Not at
seeing
the
a
courthouse.
No,
gentleman-
not at the courthouse. I don't know who that is at the courthouse, Judge.
I'm seeing a gentleman and I'm seeing a lady in a white jacket helping him. Deputy Michelson, who do you have there?
Jose Andres. He's for 10 o'clock docket. He's supposed to have a translator.
Okay, and he does. And tell me that name again. I didn't catch it.
Jose Andres.
Got it. All right, thank you. Well, it looks like Mr. Espinoza fails to appear. This case, as I said, it's like 4 years
2020, Your
old.
Honor.
It's 4
State
years
request
old.
bench warrant, no bond.
Bench warrant, no bond. Hold him until he sees the judge. Need to get this matter resolved. Go on, being in recess on Espinoza, will now be on the record in 2024 TR 416, State of Kansas versus Angel Luis Moreno Sierra. And he is supposed to have Attorney McElhaney. but neither of them appear earlier when I called the case. Neither of them appear now, apparently.
Who was that, Charlie?
Mr. Morrow Sierra or Attorney McElhaney. He was on at 9 o'clock. Did he get diverted or something of that sort?
Yes, he did.
Ah, well, we will remove him. Diverted. So if
Still
you
kind
don't
of
have
asked for a
his
bench
file,
warrant. Nobody told me.
well, we're gonna trust that he's been diverted. We'll
All
trust
right, Your
to
Honor.
see that he's been diverted. If he hasn't, Missy's in the doghouse. All right, let's take up our 10 o'clock then. I think that's everyone.
Judge, I need just a quick breakout room with Mr. Dean, and I think we can get some resolutions today, Your Honor.
All right.
I have proposed resolutions on every case you have, Richard. I wrote them down all last night. I didn't get them emailed to you, but I wrote them down.
I got you.
All right, we'll take a quick break, everyone. You just got here just in time for a quick break.
I need to link in on
Case of Northville Crossing versus Kelly White. And Ross White. Kelly White, Ross White. I have a Rebecca. She's the next one. Okay. They're not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am showing that there is rent due of $1,825.75. Court cost of $263.
Okay. And Ms. White, how are you intending on getting that paid?
I have applied for a hardship loan through my employer, Michigan Medicine. I'm waiting to hear back on that. They said I should hear back by the end of next week, hopefully. And I am going to reach out to Hawk today. I've just had a really bad financial year. I had gotten behind due to a medical leave earlier in the year. I'm sure you probably remember. And for like 8 weeks, my entire check went to nothing but rent.
Yes,
causing me to not be able to pay anything else. And, you know, I'm living without hot water and gas at this point, and my car broke down. And I'm not trying to give a sob story. It's just been one financial disaster after the other, and I lost a lot of pay. But it's hard for me to get assistance because I'm just above, like what I make is just above like where I can get assistance. So I'm really in a hard spot because it's clearly not enough to get caught up, but I can't seem to get any help because it's just enough to be over the amount.
Okay, Ms. White,
Yes, sir.
the last time that you were here, you didn't think you'd be here at this point, right?
I didn't.
Okay, so what we have to do is we have to have a little bit of faith.
I'm trying.
And okay, I'm not going to let you give up. How about that?
Thank you.
All right. So the hardship from your employer, what's the maximum they'll give you on that, you think?
I believe that they said up to 1,500.
Okay. Okay. So that's working there. And then we've got this part. And then you've tried to talk with the folks from Hawk, but think that you might be over the limit on some things?
So the last time I was here, we ended up reaching an agreement. So I did not reach out to Hawk, but I did apply for the SER and I do not qualify for that.
Okay.
So
the
don't know
SER
if, limits are different.
Right. How many people are in your house?
I have 3 people in my house, myself and 2 sons.
Okay. So the most that SER is going to give you is $620 anyway. Okay. So here's what it sounds like to me. If the hardship thing from your employer can come through, we'll be in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit
worried. I'll be able to pay some.
Right, but I'm a little bit worried that you don't have your water and your gas on.
Yeah,
and everything.
My hot water
All right.
heater blew back in February, so I haven't had hot water because of that. Cause I don't have a tank and I've been so far behind, I just can't get it every time
Okay.
I feel like I'm getting to a place where I can. I did apply for assistance through Washtenaw County through the, winter housing project, I think is what it's called, to get help with that. So I'm hoping.
All right, all right. Ms. White, do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
Take a breath. Okay,
Okay.
and let's see what we can do. So first thing I'm gonna do is this. You think they might have an answer for you next week. So I'm gonna adjourn this out to the 20th,
Okay.
2024 at 2 p.m. Okay? That's the first thing we're gonna do.
Okay.
Then what I'm gonna do, and I think you'd be next in line, is I'm gonna put you in to a breakout room with Amy from the court liaison officer. Explain your circumstance to her, and she can probably try to direct you in a direction where you can get some resources and other things that you may not know about that might be available for you.
Okay.
And let's get you over this hump, okay?
I appreciate it very much, Judge. Thank you.
Not a problem. And again, Ms. White, when it all looks dark, like it's gonna fall apart, just remember the last time you didn't think you'd get here. We're here now, so let's just try to do it and see what we can come up with, okay?
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Take care. Just stay on the line.
Okay.
All right. And I think, is that it for you, Ms. Fontanella, or you got
That
one?
is, yeah, that's it for me today, Your Honor.
That's it. All right. Fantastic. Always good seeing you.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
You do the same. Then I got this one, Manchester Manor versus Snyder.
There's nobody signed.
Nobody signed in. This case is dismissed on plaintiff's. That's it. And who's my 248? Because that's it till noon, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, the individual whose last three digits of the phone number are 270. What's your name? Area code 248. Last three digits of the phone number are 270. Can you tell me what your name is? I'm not getting a response. Oh, now they muted. Okay. Well.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, hello.
Hello?
What's your name? Hello, what's
My
your
name's
name?
Elizabeth. My name's Elizabeth Erickson.
Are you, do we have a time for? Who's your landlord?
Northville Crossing?
Oh,
Oh, I
That-
think it was dismissed and taken off. but-
oh, okay. That, we're gonna double check. Your case may have been dismissed and taken off the docket. That's why it wasn't called, but we'll double check. Hang on.
Okay.
Yes, it was dismissed.
It was dismissed. Your case was dismissed and taken off the docket, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, you have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's everybody, I think.
I know messages have been sent to the Ryan, Andrew, Camille, but there's no response.
Who are, you don't know who they are. There are folks that are signed in as Ryan, Andrew, and Camille. Can you unmute? Give us your names. Or at least your complex that you're here for. You've been prompting and nothing.
Yeah. they're-
Okay. Well, oh.
Hey, Jack.
Hello,
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Who are you?
I'm Andrew.
Okay, Andrew, do you have a last name?
My last name's Party.
Okay, are you, who's your
I think-
landlord?
My landlord would be Blake. Blake Whitfield.
Who?
Blake.
Okay, do you have a case today?
Yes, I do. Case number 241C3098.
Hang on a second, let us check.
That was set at 8:30.
Yep, I showed up late today. I do apologize, Your Honor.
Normal where they dismissed against the named defendant, have judgments all out.
Okay. That case was already called. I can tell you, if you reside in that premises, we dismissed it as to the named defendant, but then they took a default judgment for eviction as to everybody else in the unit. So what you're gonna have to do is come up to the clerk's office, file a motion to set aside the default if you think that's appropriate, or try to contact the landlord.
Okay, so I just got to come to the clerk's office?
And file a motion to set aside the default. Okay?
And what's the default?
They'll tell you how to do all of that.
Okay. What's the default? But do you know what the default is?
The default, that was a termination, right? That was a termination saying that you didn't, I issued a default, no one answered. They're seeking possession of the premises. So a judgment got entered and they will be able to have an order of eviction 10 days from the date of my signing of that judgment, which will likely be today.
I do apologize for being late. I called the defendant's office or the office to try to find out what the Zoom was. For some reason, I could not find what the Zoom meeting was on this paper. And I was able to eventually, after about 20 minutes or so, I found it. I was just a little late, Your Honor. But
all right, so what you may want to do is come up, see if it's appropriate for you to file a motion to set aside a default. You also, on your paperwork, will have the attorney's name, and you can feel free to call them, the attorney for the other side. Okay?
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, I think that's everybody that we had. Court's gonna stand in recess.
Thank you.
All or illegal drugs. Complainant stated that he was. Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now? Venus? Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, Judge, we can hear you.
There you go. Okay.
It was on, but for some reason.
Okay, there we go. Thanks, Fozzie. Okay, page 3.
Page 3, Bennett.
Gregory Bennett.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bennett, you're charged with assault, bodily injury. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
On September 5th, 2024, officer was dispatched to a fight in progress at Ensemble HCC platform at 3600 Main Street. Other lieutenant already detained the defendant, and the complainant stated, "I was smoking a cigarette on the train rail when I felt punches on my face. So I grabbed his arms to avoid getting hit as soon as I read his moves. I told him, the defendant, to calm down. When he said it was cool, I let him go. He started swinging again, so I grabbed his arms again. There is video footage from the Ensemble HCC rail platform. Complainant stated that he was feeling pain in his head and was transported to Ben Top Hospital."
Mr. Bennett, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to have any contact with the complaining witness in this case. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Where was this? At a train platform?
At
Bus stop.
a train, a bus stop, it says Ensemble HCC platform.
Bus
So
stop.
Okay, you're not allowed to go back there.
Oh, no, I don't think I am. I was there, catching the bus.
Do not go back there.
Yes,
I don't care if you have to take the bus. I don't care if you got to take a train. You go back there, I will put you in jail.
okay,
I'm not going to give you any more PR bonds.
okay,
You understand, sir?
yeah.
Tell me, what do you do with yourself these days?
I go to the doctor a lot. I have cancer. And I'm supposed to be chemo today.
Okay.
I have cancer, I have diabetes. I have,
So you see a lot of doctors.
that's about 4 or 5 doctors.
So imagine what's going to happen if you go to jail. You're not going to be seeing any more doctors,
Yeah.
right? So consider that when you're out there. No more fighting,
Yes, sir.
no more alcohol, no drugs.
Yes, sir.
You understand? Okay. Do you have an income?
Exercise.
Okay. I'll appoint your lawyer today, Mr. Bennett. But I don't want any more issues.
Yes, sir.
Understand?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have you go to Victoria, sign and reset. After that, we'll have you take a seat in the jury box while we get your bond conditions ready. We'll have you sign it, and then I'll have you talk to a lawyer here momentarily, sir. So no contact, no going back to that place, please, no weapon. Oh, but don't worry about it because I'm gonna have him, want to make sure he's not.
All right, Judge, page 4, Charez.
Oh, and Rachel, no weapons, please. We'll make sure he's not drinking. Hi, good morning. And then we have Luis here after this. Yeah. Okay, what is his name?
Chris Chires.
With a C.
Missing JR.
Good morning, Mr. Shires.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, you're charged with harassment. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
Want to do probable cause, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
On September 7th, 2024, law enforcement was dispatched to 10300 block of Collingswood Drive in Harris County, Texas, in reference to harassment. Officers made contact with the complaining witness. The complaining witness stated the defendant, the ex-boyfriend, had been following her around, calling her, threatening her life, and threatening to damage her vehicle again. Complainant stated the defendant followed her to McDonald's and stopped her from leaving by keeping her door open in the parking lot and telling her he would not move until she unblocked him. And complainant stated prior to leaving to McDonald's, the defendant had called her using her brother's phone and stated, "I'm gonna kill you for real. I'm gonna catch you outside your job. I know where you work, what time you go to school. Count your fucking days because you're not going to be in this world for long. Just know you dead. Just know if you're really gonna be on this shit, you ain't gonna be alive. Just know if you're really gonna be done with me, you're gonna die." Defendant also threatened to fuck up complainant in complainant's mother's car. Law enforcement went to defendant's residence and observed defendant walking out front door and detained defendant. Defendant was ID'd with name and date of birth.
All right. Mr. Shires, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Let me tell you now, there's so many other charges they could have put on you now. Kidnapping, terroristic threat, criminal mischief. They could have filed a whole host of charges against you. You better be on your best behavior, sir, because if I find that you start acting a fool, I'm going to put you in jail and I'm going to make your bond extremely high. Do you understand?
Sir.
No contact with the complaining witness in this case, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons, no going within 1,000 feet of where she lives or where she works. Any criminal history with this guy? Do we need to worry about how dangerous is he?
Juvenile. juvenile judge, but
What kind of juvenile history?
He has theft of a firearm in 2022 out of Brazoria, credit card abuse out of 2022 in Brazoria, and a manufacturer and delivering controlled substance in 2023 out of Paris.
Lord. Is he on probation or parole right now?
no,
No, Your Honor.
but Your Honor, with regard to that there was a whole situation regarding that manufacturing thing that really wasn't what it would appear to be on black and white.
If I drug test you now, what's going to show up?
Just marijuana.
I'm sending you now for a drug test. I want to know what, if anything, is in your system, and I'm going to tell you it stops now. You will be tested 35 days from today, maybe 40 days. If I find that you test positive again, into jail you go. Do you understand?
Sir.
Do you want anything further, like a kind of GPS? Well, GPS is, I was thinking, you know, he's got, how old are you?
18.
He's 18. So what is the fifth case already? Fourth, fifth case?
GPS is fine, yes.
It's gonna happen. I'm also giving you a curfew. I don't want you out in the middle of the night.
Yes, sir.
Are you working?
Yes, I do got a job.
You do.
I'm a helper at a service still warehouse.
Did you graduate from high school?
No, I'm in the working of getting a GED.
What does that mean? I'm working to get my GED.
Like I enrolled and started getting into classes.
I am now making that a condition of your bond as well.
Okay.
That you're to get your GED, and I'm going to bring you back in 2 weeks. I want to see what you have done. You're already 18. You've got a whole host of charges. You're spiraling out of control, Mr. Shirez. And I'm going to tell you now, what you do now will affect you for the next 40 years of your life. If you don't, at a minimum, have a high school diploma, you will be just a complete loser, making 10 cents to every dollar that everybody else makes with at the minimum, a high school diploma. It stops today. Everything. Do you understand?
Sir.
Waive it. Yeah. Yeah, 10 p to 6 a.m. No, let's do the test first, and then we'll see what it is, and then he can, yeah. You know, so this is what we're gonna do.
Your Honor, real quick, I heard you say curfew at 10 p. He works from 3 to shifts 3 to 11.
Give me proof, and then we'll talk about it, and then I can modify your schedule, but I don't want you out in the middle of the night.
Yes, sir, I understand.
If you truly work till 11, I want to see a schedule that shows me that you do that, and then I want to know how far it takes for you to get to work, back home, and I'll do it for you.
Yes, sir, I understand.
I don't want you out 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, smoking dope, consuming alcohol, any of that.
Yes, sir.
You understand? And then depending on what your drug test shows, you know, if it shows more than just marijuana, then we're gonna craft more of it on you.
Yes, sir.
As it stands, though, you're to be back here in 2 weeks with proof of what you've done for your GED. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
Right this way. All right, Judge, page 2, Ars Hernandez.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Renee. Who do you have?
Yes.
Okay, can you spit the gum out?
Hágase aquí, por favor, en el centro. Solo mire después.
Gum
Démoslo
out.
O saque el chicle, señor. ¿Cómo va a llegar a un tribunal con chicle?
No.
Luis, what was his name?
I'd say ARC.
Arce. Acérquese ahí.
Arce. Mr. Arce, you are charged with failure to stop and give information, which is leaving the scene of an accident without exchanging information. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
On September 7th, 2024, officer was flagged down in reference to a failure to stop and give information at 5,000 block of South Highway 6 in Harris County, Texas. Officer made contact with the complaining witness. The complaining witness stated her vehicle was struck from behind, though she was unable to advise who struck her vehicle. Officer made contact with a witness. The witness stated the defendant was driving in and out of lanes, struck the complainant's vehicle, drove into a parking lot, to then return to the roadway. Officer observed defendant's vehicle on the roadway next to the parking lot. Traffic, oh, sorry, my apologies. Traffic stop was initiated. Defendant was returned to scene and the witness identified defendant's vehicle. Defendant stated he was driving and complainant suddenly stopped, causing the collision. Defendant stated he did not stop to provide information because the complainant did not stop either. Officer observed complainant's paint transfer on the front right of the defendant's vehicle. The damage was approximately $3,000 for the complainant's vehicle. The defendant was ID'd with his U.S. employment authorization card.
Mr. Arce, I'm gonna find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Are you a United States citizen?
No.
Are you in this country with or without permission?
With permission.
What type of permission do you have?
Parole.
Do you have a Texas driver license?
No.
Then you're not allowed to drive. I'm making that a condition of your bond. You will be signing an affidavit with me today, promising me you're not going to drive. I don't care what you have to do in this life. I don't care where you have to go. I don't care who has to go. A kid has to go to the school, hospital. You don't have a license and liability insurance. You are not allowed to drive. Do you understand? If I find that you drive, I'm going to put you in jail and you will be signing an affidavit. This is a promise that you're going to make to me today that you're not going to drive. If you drove here today, you cannot drive home. You understand?
Yes.
No driving. If you want to drive, go get a license, get liability insurance, and then I can take this restriction off. But until that time, if I find you driving into jail, you'll go. And I don't know if your immigration paperwork is right, wrong, whatnot. If it's not, and immigration finds you in the jail, they will put a detainer in you. They sweep it every 4 hours. Do you understand?
Okay, yes.
Renee, did he have insurance?
Judge, he did not.
No? All right, Mr. Arce, I'm going to have you come up here, sign this agreement with me. Hold on. After that, I'm going to have you sign a reset with Victoria. You must stay in touch with counsel. She will tell you when you have to come back to court. If she tells me she can't get a hold of you because you're playing games, you're not responding to phone calls or text messages, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. I'm going to tell you now, if you are a danger to my Harris County, I'm going to put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. Do you understand?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Good luck. Pineda, you said?
Yes, yes, Judge. Ileana Pereira. Sorry about that. No, you're good.
I have it under Pereira Morales.
Yes, that's it.
Is that right?
That's it.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Es su abogado?
Sí.
Ok,
Oh,
hágase
sorry,
aquí en el
here
centro,
it
por
is.
favor.
Yes.
Solo
Yeah.
mire pues, y le habla nada más en español. Acérquese, por favor, solo mírelo a él.
Ma'am, you were
Bueno,
charged with
es una
driving
cosa
while
como manejo
intoxicated.
ebrio.
You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you, ma'am.
On September 7th, 2024, officer observed the defendant's vehicle failed to maintain single lane by weaving on Interstate 69 in Harris County, Texas, almost striking the officer's vehicle and other cars. A traffic stop was initiated. Officer observed contact with the defendant, the driver of the vehicle. The officer observed a blank facial expression, moderate odor of alcoholic beverage, and the defendant stated she was coming from work and that she had not been drinking. Standard field sobriety tests were administered. HGN was 6 out of 6. The walk-in turn was 4 out of 8. The one leg stand was 3 out of 4. Defendant was read the DIC and consented to breath. The results were 0.131 and 0.132. The defendant vomited on herself while at JPC. Defendant was ID'd with her Texas driver's license.
Any prior DWS?
No, Your Honor.
Judge, she is a USC with a driver's license and insurance.
Okay. So she is a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Judge.
Ma'am, I am gonna find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you, you've run her license to make sure that it's valid.
I'll run it right now, Judge.
Please. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or drugs, I will put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. You understand?
It's eligible.
You must stay in contact also with Marcos, and he will tell you when you have to come back to court. If he tells you that you're not responding to phone calls or text messages, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll have you sign a reset with
I do.
Victoria.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We'll have you sign a reset with Victoria. After that, we'll have you sign, we'll get with Rachel for your bond conditions, and then after that, you'll be free to go.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Boo.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Oh, wait, she's, do you have a Spanish speaker? Okay, give me one more. Luis, wait, I have one more, please.
I just want to see.
Ray.
All right, page 2, Alvarado, come on up.
Oh, that's not it, but. Ray here has Santana.
Oh, I didn't know he was on there.
Yeah, please.
You want to do race first or?
No, he's already here, but we'll do Ray next. Ray,
Linus,
you ready?
Fácil, Michael. Hágase aquí, hermanito. Solo mira hacia adelante.
I'm here, Judge.
Okay, we'll hit you up next.
Por favor.
Okay, what was
Ah,
the
ok,
name?
ok, nos queda más tiempo. ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Page 2.
Got it.
Uy, Felipe.
Felipe Alvarado.
Solo mire, yo soy el intérprete, no soy abogado. Señor Alvarado.
You were charged with driving while intoxicated.
Solo miro
You were facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you.
Acérquese ahí, hermanito, no se mueva.
On September 8th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to 5101 South Braeswood Boulevard in Harris County, Texas, in reference to a driving while intoxicated. The officer observed the defendant sleeping behind the wheel of the vehicle, stopped at a traffic light, and the vehicle was still running. The officer made contact with the defendant, the driver, and sole occupant of the vehicle. Standard field sobriety tests were administered. HGN was 6 out of 6, walk and turn 5 out of 8, and one leg stand was 1 out of 4. The defendant was read the DIC and consented to breath. The results were 0.144 and 0.142. The defendant stated he was hanging out at a local club, had 5 Modelo beers, drove home, and didn't remember falling asleep. The defendant was identified with his Mexico ID.
Mr. Alvarado, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Are you United States citizen?
No. No.
Are you in this country with or without permission?
Sin permiso. Sin permiso. Without permission.
What happens if you go
¿Qué
to
pasa
jail?
si usted va a una cárcel, señor?
What happens if you go to
¿Qué
jail?
pasa si usted va a una cárcel? Tengo familia. I have family.
I have family too.
Yo tengo familia también.
Tengo mi esposa con diabetes y mi madre con cáncer. Mi madre está en agonía.
¿Perdón?
Mi madre está agonizando.
My wife has diabetes, my mother has cancer, and she's agonizing right now from her ailment called
You
cancer.
go to jail.
Si usted va a una cárcel, hermano.
Immigration will find you there. They will put a detainer on you. You will be stuck in jail for about 6 to 9 months, waiting for immigration to do whatever they're going to do without the ability to bond out. And then they will probably just end up deporting you.
Simplemente lo van a.
That's what will happen to you if you go to jail next time. You got out of jail now because we gave you a free bond and you were able to get out before immigration put their claws on you. It's not going to happen again. We gave you a PR bond. You will not get another PR bond if you consume alcohol, if you drive in a car, or if you pick up a new case. I will revoke these bonds and I'm going to put you in jail and I'm going to make them very high. And the time it takes for you to try to bond out, they're going to put a detainer on you. That's what you have waiting for you if you violate conditions I put on you now. I'm ordering you now not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and I'm also ordering you not to drive at all. You do not have a Texas driver license, so no driving. You will be signing documents with me promising me that you're not going to drive, consume alcohol, or illegal drugs.
¿Perdón? Sí, correcto. Yes, correct.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta? No. No.
Don't
Tranquilo.
drink.
No beba.
Do not get into a car and drive. Do you understand?
Entendió, señor. Sí, señor o no, señor.
Sí, sir. Yes, sir.
We are going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So first, can I have you come up here, swear to us that you're not going to drive? You will then get to Victoria to sign a reset. Eventually, you'll get with Rachel for your bond conditions, and after that, you'll be free to go. Be careful, Mr. Alvarado. You will not get another warning from us. This is the only warning you get. All right, good luck. Santana. Carmela Santana. Okay, Yasha, we'll hit you up next. Manny, do you want to come back later when we're done with the arraignments? It's gonna be
Yes,
a
sir.
while.
You want me to give you like an hour?
He's checking in on the trial for Tuesday. Are you ready?
Trial on Tuesday?
Wade Riley.
Yeah, yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you announcing ready, Manny?
Yes, sir. We're just letting you guys know that we are also set for trial in court 15, but we are number 8 in court 15.
You're number 1 here.
Yeah, so that's why we're saying me and Sean would love to go in court 5. We're number 8 in court 15, so we don't want to move the date. We're not here for a continuance.
Okay. Well, you're up.
All right, sounds good, Judge.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Wonderful. Wow, 2 weeks in a row.
May I be excused, Judge?
Yeah, Manny. Thanks for coming.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Buen día. ¿Qué tal? Me llamo Luisito.
Do you need the cause number for this one?
I have them already.
Okay.
This wonderful Court 5 staff provides them for me before I even approach. You guys are on point. Shatoria too. She's like, wait, you're missing one.
I know.
I said, hey.
Carmela Santana.
Santana?
Ms. Santana, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. I want you to know that you are not here alone. Your lawyer is here with you, but on Zoom.
Mira la cámara que está ahí.
You're not able to see him, but he's here with us. Do you want to say hi, Ray?
Buenos días, Carmela.
Escúchala,
Judge,
you
me
know
and her had a
not
very
alone.
long conversation this morning.
In this case, you are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. Okay.
On September 8th, 2024, in Harris County, Texas, officer was dispatched to a major crash at 1100 block of West Loop South. Upon arriving at location, the officer observed a black Toyota RAV4 with major damage. The officer made contact with the defendant, who was standing outside the vehicle and self-admitted on being the only occupant and driver of the vehicle.
del vehículo.
The officer observed the defendant to have red, bloodshot eyes, slurred speech,
El hablar arrastrada,
unsteady balance,
se equilibra
and the
hacia
officer
atrás, y
detained
los
the defendant,
estuvieron en la
placed her in the back of the
pusieron
patrol
en la parte
vehicle,
trasera de la
and
patrulla
moved the accident off
y
the freeway
movieron el
to
accidente
a
fuera de la
well-lit
autopista,
parking lot.
parqueadero,
The defendant
estacionamiento
stated she was
bastante
coming
iluminado.
from a seafood
Esta declaró
restaurant
que vengo de un
and was on her
restaurante
way
comida
home
mar y
when
estaba
the
rumbo a
accident
casa
occurred.
cuando el accidente.
The defendant
Como casa
stated
cuando
she
el
had
accidente ocurrió,
consumed only
declaró
one
que
small
había
strawberry
consumido
margarita
solo una margarita
and
de
does
fresa
not remember
y
how
no
the
se acuerda,
accident occurred.
no se acuerda cómo ocurrió
The
el accidente.
officer performed
El
standard
oficial
field
de
sobriety
desempeñó el
test.
estudio de habilidad de terreno,
HGN was 6 out of 6.
horizontal fue 6 de 6 pisos,
Walk and turn was 6
camino
out of
giro
8.
6 de 8 pisos,
And one leg stand was 2
paro
out
de
of 4.
pierna fue 2 de 4 pisos.
The officer detained the
El
defendant and
oficial
transported her to
la
JPC.
transportó
The defendant was
JPC.
read
A casa se le
BIC
dio advertencia
and
secundaria
consented to breath.
y yo
The
consentimiento
results were
prevaleciente.
0.195 and 0.202.
0.202. Ay,
Ms. Santana, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the
para
case.
continuar adelante con su caso.
Are you a United States citizen?
No, hable más
you-
fuerte.
Tengo permiso solamente.
I only have a permit.
She has a U visa, Judge.
Tiene una visa U.
Is that a work visa? What is a U visa?
That's when you're a victim of a crime, Judge.
Got it. Ms. Santana, I don't know about your U visa.
Es nada de eso.
All I know is that if you go to jail,
Es que si usted va a
it
una
will be
cárcel,
problems with immigration for you. And it's very possible they put an immigration detainer on you. If that happens, you will go to jail. You will be stuck there until immigration does whatever they're going to do. And I'm going to tell you now, they do nothing fast. So you sit in jail for months waiting for anything to happen.
estoy esperando que algo
I'm
pase.
putting conditions on your bond now.
Yo no te pienso sobre
If you violate these conditions, I will put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds.
confianza personal de parte mía, ¿entendido? Sí, señor o no, señor.
Sí, entendí.
Yes, I
I'm
understand.
ordering you now not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
Ilegales.
Do you have a Texas driver license?
Texas?
Sí.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have liability insurance in your name?
Hombre,
No.
no.
You're not allowed to drive.
Está permitida manejar.
Not until you have liability insurance and we see it and you give us the proof. You are not allowed to drive and that is a condition of your bond. If you drove here, you cannot drive home.
Puedes
You do
regresar.
not have liability insurance.
No tiene seguro.
For now, I'm gonna have you come up here, swear to us that you're not gonna drive.
Mira aquí.
After that, I will get you to Victoria sign a reset. Eventually, you'll get with Rachel for your bond conditions, and then after that, you may go. You must stay in touch with Ray, and he will tell you when you have court.
Cuando tiene que regresar.
If Ray tells me that you've gone and you're not
Sí,
remaining in communication with him, I will revoke your bond.
revocarle su fianza. Okay.
And Your Honor, I should be there by 10:15. I'm gonna try and help her get on the insurance.
Okay?
Would that be okay if I show you? proof
Absolutely,
today?
of course.
She did, okay, wonderful.
So you want me to just have her wait then for you?
Yes, please, Judge. That way I can get her signed up on it's pretty easy. You just go on there and add her as an additional
So,
driver.
would
Her
you
husband
mind-
does have insurance.
Letting her know that Ray's gonna come here in about an hour and a half.
En hora y media, algo así,
Just
para
gonna
ayudar
hang
con
tight
todo.
and wait. We're gonna have you do all this stuff and then we'll have you just wait in the back for your lawyer, man. Do not leave.
November.
Thank you, Judge.
Wait, Ray,
Yes, sir.
12th through the 14th.
November 12th through the 14th for a date.
The 14th, please.
Okay, it's yours. All right, we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I'll be there. Bye.
All right,
Judge, we have another Spanish speaker.
okay.
Page 17, Ruiz, come on up. Co-defendant on page 18, Vasquez, come on up.
Who is Ruben Ruiz?
Mucho gusto.
Wilfredo Vasquez Colea.
Y después, si contestan español, nada más, señores. Okay.
Both of you gentlemen are charged with criminal trespass.
De domicilio criminal.
On
Pues, por favor.
Mr. Vasquez, you're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. Mr. Ruiz, your case is alleged that you had a deadly weapon.
Tenía un arma.
As a result, it kicks it up to a Class A misdemeanor. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. Do both of you understand?
¿Los dos de ustedes entienden? Sí, señor o no, señor. Hable en voz alta, por favor. Yes.
You're going to do probable cause. You both have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present to represent you in these cases. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you.
On September 6th, 2024, officers on view multiple trespassers, prowlers at 1695 Glenmont Drive in Harris County, Texas. The officers observed defendant Ruiz and defendant Vasquez leaning against the front of the business. Officers had previously given multiple warnings to the defendant about trespassing and drinking alcohol in front of the business. The defendants were detained. The defendants were ID'd with name and date of birth.
Do you have prior warnings on both of them at the convenience store?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a grocery store, Your Honor.
So tell me about the deadly weapon on Mr. Ruiz's case. Okay, let me take it. It's charged as a Class A though.
On the information is not like that way.
Yeah, that's true. That's.
I don't know why or why our system is like that, but it's.
Do you see that estimate? It's weird, right?
Do you have
Okay.
the correct CIC codes? 'Cause you can just amend the information.
It looks like the information's correct. It's how it's in the computer.
It may have been entered in the system wrong, so if she does a car, maybe they can correct it.
Got it. All right, so Mr. Ruiz, you're facing up to 6 months in jail. Sorry, not a year. All right, gentlemen, basically, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward on both of your cases. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to go back to the convenience store. Do you understand?
Sí, señor o no, señor? Yes.
Tell me, are you guys United States citizens?
No.
Are you in this country with or without permission?
Eso sin permiso. Without permission.
What happens if you go to jail?
Entonces, si usted va a una cárcel.
If you go to jail,
Si usted va a una cárcel.
immigration will find you. They will put a detainer on you. That's why if you want to be in this country without permission, you have to be on your best behavior. Because if not, if you go to jail, they will put a detainer. You will be stuck in custody until these cases are over with. And then you get shipped off to immigration, and then you're going to sit there for another 6 to 9 months. So don't violate any of these conditions. Do not pick up any new cases. Both of you understand.
¿Ustedes entienden? Sí. Yes,
Do
yes.
either of you work?
¿Alguno de ustedes trabaja?
Do you work?
No. No, I'm not working right now. No.
How do you support yourself?
Sí. Que ¿Cómo se mantiene usted? Well, I had heart surgery. ¿Cómo obtiene ingresos, señor?
¿Cómo comes? You need money.
¿Cómo
How do you get money?
Hay días que trabajo y días no, ¿me entiendes? Well, there are days that I work and there's days that I don't.
Mr. Ruiz, tell me about yourself. Do you-
Dígame usted.
No, yo me está dando la comida a mi hermano.
My sister gives me food.
She give you money as well?
¿Ya te da dinero también?
No,
No.
So how do you get money?
¿Cómo consigues dinero? Solo mira el juez, por favor. Mira el juez. ¿Cómo consigue dinero, hermano?
nomás pura comida.
Pero ¿cómo consigue dinero?
En vez de me dan así cuando.
Okay.
Sí.
Just food, but sometimes I just receive, I'm giving it.
Both of them lawyers. I'm going to appoint both of you lawyers today.
De oficio los dos de ustedes.
Do not pick up any new cases and behave yourselves, because I don't want to have to put you in jail.
No quiero ser.
I'm going to have you sign resets with Victoria over there. After that, we will have you just take seats in the jury box while we find you guys a lawyer. So can you file no weapons, no going back to that location, please?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, gentlemen, this way.
All right,
Aquí a la izquierda.
Ruiz is first. All right, Judge Page,
Here.
6,
No weapons.
Figueroa, come on up. Ruiz?
Gotcha. What was the last name?
Figueroa.
Good morning, Mr. Figueroa. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
On September 8th, 2024, the officer was contacted by a witness who advised he observed a male sleeping in his truck at North Wayside Drive and East Freeway in Harris County, Texas. The officer observed the defendant's vehicle parked at the location with the engine running. The defendant was going in and out of consciousness in the driver's seat with the keys in the ignition. The officer observed a 12-ounce Modelo beer in center console, and the defendant admitted to drinking. The officer
Alcohol in the car while he's driving.
Yes, Your Honor. And the officer observed poor balance, slurred speech, glossy eyes. Standard field sobriety tests were administered. HGN 6 out of 6, walk and turn 5 out of 8, and one leg stand 3 out of 4. Defendant was read DIC and refused breath. Blood search warrant was obtained and executed. Defendant was identified with his Texas driver's license.
Can you practice the eyes?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Figueroa, I want you to understand that I'm going to do everything in my power to protect this city. If you don't believe me, ask Yasha. I put one of his clients in jail yesterday. And as unhappy as they were about it, I don't give a rat's behind. I don't care if I offend you, if I offend all of America because I don't coddle. You're so naughty. I don't care. You have alcohol in the car allegedly while driving. I am now taking away your privilege to drive. You are not allowed to drive at all. Do you understand? You will be signing an affidavit with me today, promising me you're not going to drive. And if I find that you do, I will have a contempt hearing. You'll be facing 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time your happy ass gets into a car and drives. Do you understand?
Sure.
I hope that you would understand that it's elementary that you're not supposed to have alcohol in the car. And now you're going to pay a very dear price because I'm going to tell you, living in a city as big as Houston without the ability to drive really, really blows. And now, until I know that you absolutely appreciate the awesome privilege it is, because it's not a right, it's a privilege. If you drive, you'll be facing 6 months every time you drive. I'm also ordering you not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using any kind of alcohol or dope, likewise, you will go to jail. I'm not going to give you any more PR bonds. So if you go to jail, you'll be stuck like Chuck in there until this thing is over with, unless you have someone to bond you out. You understand? Okay. Yasha, until I know that he absolutely appreciates it, and I want some kind of proactivity to know. So until that point, no driving. That's it. Okay. So
Whatever I can do.
you also need to understand that having alcohol in the car, it's a minimum of 5 days in jail to any sentence that you get. 5 days flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No 2 for 1, no 3 for 1, no credit. Do you understand? All right. Sign this affidavit. After that, we'll get you to Victoria to sign a reset. After that, you'll get with Rachel for your bond conditions, and we'll put you on your way.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
All right, Judge, page 20. Wilson, come on up. Yes.
No just motion to sub today, huh?
Not today.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning.
And who do we have here?
Marissa Wilson.
Good morning, Ms. Wilson. All right, Ms. Wilson, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you, ma'am.
On September 7th, 2024, officers observed defendant's vehicle traveling 35 miles per hour in a 60 miles per hour zone between 7400 and 8400 block of Katy Freeway in Harris County, Texas. Officers observed defendant also almost hit an 18-wheeler traveling to the defendant's right, and the defendant almost swerved into another passing vehicle. Officers observed the defendant's registration to be expired as of November 2020, and a traffic stop was initiated. Defendant came inches from hitting the freeway wall while exiting, and the officers made contact with the defendant, the driver, and sole occupant of the vehicle. Officers observed a strong odor of alcoholic beverage, glossy eyes, and slurred speech. Defendant stated she was going home and had 5 alcohol. And was 4 at 4.
2024, you must reappear at 11 a.m. by Zoom, well, in person at the courthouse.
Bueno, si usted no tiene pagado completamente eso para el día 25 de octubre del 2024, es necesario que se
Hadn't made mine that far, so I'm gonna go with his math for now.
Yeah,
Rather than
728 Montana.
Okay, just so I'm clarified.
Let me go over it again. It's 300 in fines and 250 in attorney's fees. Then you have 108 in court costs, so that's 658. Then you have a $25 booking fee and a $25 special prosecution fee and a $45 booking fee, which will add $70. So that comes to a total of, you said 728, Mr. Paul?
That's what I said.
That's what I got when I went through it again. So that's your total, Mr. Williams.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I have 6 months non-reporting probation and no jail, correct?
No jail as long as you don't have any more violations of the law and you get that 728 paid by December 6th.
Yes, ma'am, I will get it done.
All right. Anything else? Thank you for making sure you understand.
No, that is all.
That'll do it, Judge.
All right, thank you. Then we'll be in recess and Mr. Williams is excused.
Hey, I'm gonna do a few
right,
breakout rooms, Judge, and so I can get everything else settled, okay?
Okay.
While Mr. Dean comes back. Put me, Missy, if you would, please put me in the one that says Anastasia.
Missy, do we have our 11 o'clocks ready to let in?
Yep, I'm just letting them in now.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, our prosecutor is taking a break to handle another county matter, and defense attorney is working on meeting with some clients. Well, looks like we've got a trial.
Everybody's busy. I'm his mother.
All
Good
right.
morning, Jeff.
How old is he?
He's 43.
43.
He just turned 43 on the 6th, but he's got a TBI, so I got him back again.
Okay.
I'm raising him again. He has his own place and stuff, but
All right. What's your name, ma'am?
my name's Teresa McConnell.
T-E-R?
Yes, ma'am.
Teresa McConnell. Has he talked with his attorney? Oh, he doesn't have an attorney, does he? Okay.
No,
No,
he
ma'am.
just wanted to tell the truth and have you what do they call that, where you make the plea, where you make the decision. We want to
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, you make the decision. We don't need an attorney. He feels, he wants to get everything off his chest of what took
Does he
place.
want a trial?
Well, I think he wants to tell you what happened and then you make the decision on
Okay,
what.
that's called a trial. So Missy, what tentative trial date? We'll need to get Mr. Dean back here on, here with us, but tentative trial date.
Okay.
What case was this, Judge?
McConnell, Stephen
McConnell.
McConnell, 24 TR 360.
It's on a driving on suspended.
No.
Well, hang on. We'll take this up in detail when we get the prosecutor in here, but I'm just, since you've
Okay.
started talking, I'm trying to get just a little bit of perspective.
Okay, I show it's set for a bench trial today.
Oh, it is set for, okay, very good, very good. We probably have the officer here. Yes, I show it is set for bench trial. So everybody, we're where we need to be. Except we need our prosecutor. He'll be back with us as soon as he can. Missy, is there any chance there's okay, anybody on here that's been granted diversion, that you've signed your contract?
No, ma'am.
I've never had one. No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, trying to see if there's anything we can accomplish, but I don't think there's much we can do without a prosecutor. Mr. Paul, anybody you need to talk to right now?
Yes, get me, Marcus Wise, please.
All right, Missy, if you give them Marcus Wise, we're gonna put you in a breakout room, so click on that and join your attorney.
Who, us?
No, Marcus Wise. Marcus Wise, can you start your audio and video? Hope he hadn't fallen asleep or stepped away. Marcus Wise, to give you credit for being here, you have to show your face and let me hear your voice. Marcus Wise. Where'd he go? Maybe he went in the breakout room already. I don't know. Missy, you think he's in a breakout room? I think he is.
Yes, he is.
Okay, good. Anastasia, what's your last name? Let's put your last names on the screen too. What's your last name, please?
Albertson.
Albertson?
Anastasia Albertson.
And is Mr. Paul your attorney?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
Missy-
go back mute because I'm at school, so.
Okay, okay.
Okay, is that fine?
That's great. Go ahead,
Okay.
Missy. Missy,
Okay.
put her last name on there if you would, Missy. Who's Boo Radley? Or Bor Adley? What's your name? Can't hear you, you're muted.
I don't know why my name came up like that. I just put in this code in the password. I don't know why my name came up like that. My name's Matthew Espinoza.
Espinoza?
Yeah.
Are you the gentleman that failed to appear at 9 o'clock?
I was looking for my piece of paper. I was looking through all my emails. I couldn't find anything, but I finally found the piece of paper.
So the short answer is yes, you are
Yes,
that person?
yes.
So it's supposed to be at
Yes,
9?
Your Honor. Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Okay. Well, let's get your real name on there and say this Boo Radley.
How do you do that?
Missy, can you put his name on there for him? Missy, are you there?
Yes, Judge, just a minute and I'll get it done.
Okay, you have something else going on apparently.
I don't know why that came up. Sorry about that.
No, I don't know where it did either. I've never seen one do it on its own.
Yeah, I didn't even put a name in there. I just put the code and password.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to close out my screen, but don't go away, folks. You've got to be here when your name is called.
And I'm looking for the paperwork on the pillow.
Hello.
I'm seeing it right here. Yes, you are, Aline. Thank you for helping us very much. You too. Have a great weekend. The Zoom, YouTube is still loading. Okay, live on YouTube. Okay, Mr. Capello, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give me will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth you got?
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Need to be able to hear you, so you got to speak up louder or get closer to that camera, okay? I'm sharing my screen with you right now.
Okay.
See the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your name Randy Capello?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same Randy Capello who in this cause number 700-326 who's charged with the offense of criminal mischief? Is this a class B mischief or a class A, Ms. Mitchell?
It is a class B, Your Honor.
You're charged with criminal mischief as a class B misdemeanor, and it's possible in your case that you can be punished anywhere from a minimum of 0 days in jail up to 6 months in jail. In addition, there's a fine possible anywhere from $0 to $2,000. Do you understand what you are charged with, what the possible punishment could be in your case?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking now at a document on my screen that's entitled Defendant's Consent to Plea by Video. You've signed it and your attorney signed it. When you signed this document, you told me it was okay to do this by video. We do not have to do this in open court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Looking at another document entitled Defendant's Waiver of Constitutional Rights, and you have signed it and your attorney signed it. Did you go over this document with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Did your attorney explain this document to you?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand it?
I understand it.
Hold on, let me sign this paper. Are you a citizen of this country?
Yes, sir.
Street.
I'm looking at a document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. You've signed it and your attorney signed it. When you signed this document, what you did was you told me, Judge, I understand that my attorney makes a plea bargain for me with the prosecutor. If you follow that plea bargain, I understand I will not have a right to appeal. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
So then, to the offense of criminal mischief as a class B misdemeanor, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Do you understand that on a plea of no contest, the court can still find you guilty?
Correct.
Has anybody forced you to enter this plea?
No, sir.
Besides the plea bargain, that's a lower gap for you. Besides that, anybody promised you something in order to get you to do this?
No.
Are you doing this plea then of your own free will?
Yes.
Is there a plea bargain? Can I ask the state to please recite it if there is?
Yes, Your Honor. The agreement is for a $0 fine, court costs, 180 days in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, money and time to run concurrent, and the state out of the judgment be satisfied.
Is that your understanding of the plea bargain in this case, Mr. Trevino?
Yes, it is.
And do you agree with this, Mr. Capello?
Yes.
Then, Mr. Capello, the court, having heard you plead no contest, on that plea, the court finds you guilty. I follow the plea bargain. I sent you to $0 fine plus court costs. I sentenced you to 180 days in the Bexar County Jail. I gave you credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent, and the judgment is satisfied. Is this the only case holding your client, Mr. Trevino?
Yes.
If this is the only case holding you, sir, then you should be released sometime today. All right?
Well, no, he's got a felony sentence to go.
Oh, he still has a felony hold.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so you still have a felony hold, so you're not going to be released today. All right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Trevino, I don't have a voucher for you on this case. Were you appointed or retained?
I was appointed.
Okay. Terry, can you send him a voucher? There's no voucher.
Yes.
The 9 o'clock just joined us, but we're going to keep moving. We'll be on the record now for bench trial in 2024 TR 158, State of Kansas versus Scott O. Hamilton.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Paul E. Dean for the state, Scott Hamilton in person and pro se. Mr. Dean, are we ready to proceed on trial this morning?
We are.
Any opening statements?
By the state.
Hearing no opening statements, please proceed to call your first witness, Mr. Dean.
Y'all want to call Trooper Wagner to the stand?
Please raise your right hand, Trooper Wagner. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, please proceed.
Trooper Wagner, would you please state your full name and title for the record?
I'm a technical trooper, Lucas E. Wagner with the Kansas Highway Patrol.
And that technical trooper designation means that you've basically achieved a certain level of experience with the Kansas Highway Patrol. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'm in a specialty unit now.
And what is that specialty unit? What is that specialty unit that you referenced?
Right now, I take care of evidence in 16 different counties and also work the road as well.
How long have you been in law enforcement, a certified law enforcement officer?
Come January, it'll be 25 years.
And for that 25 years, how much of a portion of that time frame have you also been a certified highway patrol officer?
Come January, it'll be 23 years with the Highway Patrol.
In that time frame, have you maintained certification in regards to operating radar?
Yes, sir. Ever since I've come on the Highway Patrol, I've been certified on it.
And I take it that it's at various times over the last 25 years that you've done additional training in regards to interdiction of somebody who's breaking the basically speeding.
Yes, we have training on basically like recertification on the radar, and I do it as well too.
And how often do you do that training?
I believe
and
it's
recertification.
I believe it's every 3 years they do it.
And is your device that you deploy in your vehicle or your cruiser also a certified device by the state of Kansas?
Yes, it's certified. That and the tuning forks both.
And in that regard, do you have a particular habit and custom that you utilize prior to deploying your radar device when you are out on patrol?
Yes, it's got tuning forks that are certified at 40 and 25, as well as an internal check, and then you make sure that the miles per hour on the unit are coincide with what's on the radar display unit when you're driving to make sure they're within a mile or two an hour.
So you're basically certified or testing the device with 3 different means.
Yeah, there's 3 different ways to check it, basically, yes.
And you do that before you start each shift?
Correct.
And if it fails, you take it offline?
Yes, and it's also got an internal check that you push a button and it checks itself as well, and it tells you if it's a fail or pass, and it's done every day.
So back on the 24th day of March 2024 at 11:44, what were your duties at that time, or what were you doing at that point?
I was working the construction zone in Greenwood County around milepost 333.
And is this the construction zone that you, by March 24th of 2024, that you had patrolled on a fairly regular basis?
Yes, usually on a daily basis. I'd go over and spend 2 or 3 hours there.
And were you very familiar with where the various notification signs, construction zone signs, etc., were listed throughout this construction area?
Yes, I am, and I went back and watched the video before court as well.
So back on that date, what is it that drew your attention to a 2023 Nissan?
I checked its speed at 78 miles an hour, and I checked another vehicle that was traveling behind it, and I stopped them both and issued them both citations.
And that was it within a construction zone?
Yes, it was posted at 50 miles per hour.
And did that all occur within Greenwood County, Kansas?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did you then, after you did the vehicles properly stop?
Correct.
Did you make contact with the driver of the Nissan Altima?
Yes, and he identified himself by a Utah driver license.
And you see that individual here with us today?
I seen him on the screen earlier.
And do you see him on the screen now?
I don't see everybody on the screen.
You may need to swipe from one direction to the other, given the number of people. That
Yep, there he is. I see him.
And what are you who are you referencing seeing on the screen?
He's identified on the screen as Scott Hamilton.
And I think he may have waved when you said I see him.
Yeah. He
Your
did.
Honor, I'd ask the record to reflect that that Trooper Wagner has identified the defendant in this particular matter.
Record shall so reflect.
And at that time, did you have any kind of conversation with Mr. Hamilton regarding why the stop was occurring?
I explained to him that I checked him at 78, and I have in my notes that he advised he had his speed set at 65 miles an hour. He also told me he worked for Walmart and was a driver trainer for Walmart.
After that discussion, what did you then do?
He was issued a citation for 78 in a 50-mile-an-hour work zone.
Your Honor, I believe any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, do you have any questions of the trooper? It's not quite time for you to testify, should you wish to do that, but it is your chance to ask any questions of the trooper.
No, he was great. I don't have any issue with as far as he conducted himself. I do have some questions on things that conspired through that zone that I was concerned about.
All right, you have questions or you have some things you want to testify to?
Yes.
All right. Does the state have any further evidence it wishes to present?
No, Your Honor, the state would rest at this time.
All right, the state has presented all of the evidence it wishes. Mr. Hamilton, you don't have to present evidence, but you can if you wish, including testimony of yourself. Do you want to present evidence?
Yeah, I'm first of all, yeah, I'm Scott Hamilton. I work for Walmart Fleet
All right,
Development.
let's have you take a note. Do you
Oh, sorry.
raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right, now if you'll repeat as you were identifying yourself.
Yeah, I'm Scott Hamilton. I'm out of Grantsville, Utah. I am a driver trainer for Fleet Development. With the company, I've been with them 2 years. I was a driver trainer with FedEx Freight for 20 years. Prior to that, first of all, I wouldn't even be here today if it wasn't for an integrity issue that I have. If I felt I'd done this, I would have just paid the ticket and went on. But I had actually rented my car. I wrote my notes down, went by my GPS tracking that I had. It was 10:17. I rented my car in Wichita Airport, and at 10:35, I actually exit onto the freeway. There was rain and wind at the airport. It was crazy when I left. It was black when I had landed and was getting ready to go. I was unfamiliar with my car, unfamiliar with the road. GPS said the speed limit that I was going was 64, even though I had it set at 65, the car, and arrived at Independence at my hotel at 13:50 p.m., which was a total of 3 hours and 15 minutes of travel time. And I did no stopping other than the stop when the officer stopped me on the highway. And so breaking that down in my speed and stuff, it's 119 miles, should have taken me 2 hours. So that due to the conditions and the unfamiliarity I was of the road and the car, there was several times when I was on that highway, because I got family that drives that road back and forth from Independence to Wichita quite often. They said, you get run over on that road, which I'm grateful that the officer, Wagner is out there every day to protect everybody. But I'm really, thing that concerned me was that I had been passed several times on that highway, including when I came into the construction zone. I had dropped my cruise down to 55 and it showed I was going 54. But I went through the zone and I sped up and I was passed 3 times in that construction zone. Twice I was honked at and given the familiar hand signal with not all the fingers up. One of them was a gray Chevy truck, one of them a 1500, the other one was a maroon Subaru Legacy, or excuse me, Outback, and the other one was behind me that was riding my tail. So when I got out of the construction zone, I bumped back up to 65, and then I noticed in the rear view mirror that the black Ford Edge that was following me was right on my tail, and then he went out around me, because I kind of moved over to the right-hand side and slowed down to about 63 to let him pass me. And I noticed the black Ford Edge took off around me, and I noticed blue lights back behind me. And I was going, okay, cool. Somebody's going to get nailed. Well, then Officer Wagner, when the black Edge went around me and took off, he'd come up. It was probably, I'm not sure the mileage on down the road, but he'd come up and passed me and pulled over the Ford Edge. So I slowed down to allow him, to get him or whatever he was doing with that guy. I just noticed that he was there. I didn't want to be part of that whole, making him have to work with me there. So I kind of backed off, watched traffic to move over. And as I approached up to them up ahead of me, I got up closer to them. I moved over to the left on the lane. No one was coming. So I proceeded over just a hair over that yellow line to give them space, to pass them. And then Officer Wagner pulled out in front of me and swerved over in front of me to get me to also pull over. And I was like, oh, I couldn't understand why, but I just, okay, I'm not gonna, just pulled back over, and he motioned for me to pull over. So I pulled over, and I was actually ended up in front. I think I was in back of him and just pulled over. And then he came up and he went and talked to the black Ford Edge. And then he came back and talked to me and asked for my license, and I gave him my license, and then he took a picture and then went back to his car. And then he proceeded back up to his car, give them their pick, I'm assuming, ticket. And then he came back to me and handed me my ticket. And I was kind of shocked I was even getting one, because I'd been passed, and I mean, there were several cars blowing past me. And I was, like I said, I had too many conditions with my job. I mean, I've 4.3 million safe miles with Walmart. I mean, not with Walmart, but in my career of 41 years driving, I have 0 tickets on my record. I have nothing on my record, nor have I for over 20 years. And I was kind of, I understand, sometimes we make mistakes and stuff. And I don't know, with all the cars that were passing me, I was kind of confused. And I thought it threw up a concern that possibly some of them cars were, obviously speeding way past me, because like I said, I was set at 65 per the car. GPS was saying 64. But I got passed by several cars up until the point when he actually pulled the black one over and then had me pull over. So I was just kind of, I was shaking my head, and then I did the math and stuff, and it just doesn't make sense on the speed for the distance that I went in the time. I'm just going, man, there must have been a mile. I was over 100 miles an hour to try to make up that time. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just know that I really don't feel like I was speeding. I don't know if I got clocked with all those other cars that were passing me, because like I said, I got passed several times by other cars. And from what I'm told from family is that the cars out there just fly by. And I mean, I'm sympathetic for the officer. I'm glad he's here today. I know last time he wasn't. Prayed that he was okay to be here today. So thankful he's safe. And I do appreciate the officers. I work with them a lot with Walmart. We do a lot with the truck driving championships with officers. I have highest respect for officers, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but I mean, we all make mistakes. And if I'm just looking at my stuff, and I know me, and like I said, if with my integrity, that's one thing we preach with Walmart is that, if you do something, own it, and if you don't, stand up for what's right. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just standing up what I think happened and what I know my speeding stuff was. Not saying, the officer, I know equipment goes wrong. I got friends that are officers and stuff, and I know what the weather conditions and stuff. I don't remember if it was raining or anything at that time when we were that far away from the airport, but when I left the airport, it was raining and it was pretty hairy. So I was definitely driving within the conditions and within the speed limits of the roads where we were at. I did see the road construction. There wasn't anybody there, no equipment or nothing. I was but that's, not for me to decide whether it's an actual construction site or not. I mean, I drove through there with the speed limit that I had. My GPS said I was going 54 through that, and it was going 64 all the way till I got to Independence.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Dean?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
I heard through the testimony, there was a video tape. Does either party wish to present that tape today?
Your Honor, we could certainly present it to the court for the court to review and take under, if the court wants to take it under consideration. Mr. Hamilton is good with that, so the court could review and hear what was said. I don't have it in my possession, but I'm assuming Trooper Wagner could produce it to the county attorney's office, and then one of the assistants could provide it to the court.
Well, I don't want to interfere with how either of you want to present your cases.
I'm perfectly happy for the court to have that review.
Could we maybe continue this just for the purpose of playing that tape, so Mr. Hamilton will have the benefit of seeing it? Mr. Hamilton, have you seen the video recording of that day?
No, I haven't seen the video. The only thing I've seen is my GPS, just knowing. No, I haven't. I mean, if he's got video and stuff that shows nobody around me, I have no problem with that. But I mean, if there's other cars, it throws.
Well, I don't know that's what he testified to.
There was only one.
Sorry, in your honor, and then Trooper Wagner, I think, had a statement, but generally that we don't get the dash cam from the highway patrol unless it's been requested.
Mhm.
So
Well, he just testified that he'd watched it right before court, and that's why I was curious if he wanted to present it or not, but.
I think that would be good to present it just for the benefit of everybody. And Mr. Hamilton, we're not trying to say that it's some kind of criminal or anything of that nature. It's a traffic offense that's brought, and quite honestly, somebody
It's
like
up to
you,
you.
I would like to be able to have some ability to negotiate, but the federal government has taken away that ability from me on a case of this nature with your driving credentials. So, Triple Wagner, could you get that produced? And I think you were saying that you only
Yeah, I
saw the
can-
one
I
other
can-
vehicle, so.
I can do that. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I can probably even share my screen and play the video for you right
Well,
here.
if you can
want.
do that, that's fantastic.
That'd be ideal if you could. I know we're.
Because I don't think we're talking about a
time.
long stretch of video, so.
No, I can show you that there was only one other vehicle behind him when I checked his speed. So let me see. if
Your
I can do
Honor, I would ask to recall, if Mr. Hamilton's done, I would ask to recall Trooper Wagner to the stand.
The state is allowed to reopen its case and present this or even present it as rebuttal.
Yeah, rebuttal.
Counsel, go ahead.
I'll leave it up to you at this point in time, Mr. Wagner. I don't believe I have any other questions other than what you're getting ready to show is the video taken from the March 25th, 2024 regarding this traffic stop, correct, sir?
And before you do, for the record, Mr. Hamilton, did you have any other evidence you wanted to present?
No, just what I feel I did.
Okay, all right, thank you. So
Thank
the
you.
defense rests and the state's going to present rebuttal to Trooper Wagner, who is still under oath.
Sir, I'm assuming that the video that you're getting ready to play has not been modified in any fashion.
No, it has not. I'll see if I can find it and play it here. I've never done this before, so we'll see if we work.
It should have a toolbar. It depends on what type of device you're using. It has it indicates share content.
Missy, could you possibly grab me a water? Okay, now am I screen sharing or what is this telling me, Missy?
He's screen sharing.
Okay. No, I think he's as confused as I was. For some reason, I seem to be seeing myself,
That's what I was.
and then I saw you, Mr. Dean, so I'm not sure what's going on. Missy, you're the guru on this. Is that something the officer's doing or something we're doing?
I believe that's something he's doing. He's got it on the view where the person who's talking shows up on the screen.
All right. Was that the first 50 mile per hour warning there, officer?
I'm not.
Could you see that? And I couldn't talk when the video was playing, but did you see the car go by?
Which car were you referencing? Was that a white Altima?
Nope, it was the dark black one, and then there was
Oh.
the other vehicle behind it is a black Toyota Sienna van. That was the one following him.
Okay.
I can go back and keep playing it if you'd like to see the
Let's play it
rest.
one more time now that we know which, for some reason I was remembering he was driving a white car followed by a black truck, but I
Okay.
didn't see that combo in the video. But now that if you can play it again, that'd be fine.
And I guess you could just play it through because he's turning around, so you'll see the vehicles that he pulls over as well. Just let it play through. To the stop. Let's see.
Stay there. Hello. 76 is 50 through there. Do you have your license around? You just show me your license. I'll just take a picture and let you have it right back. Is everything correct on it? Yes, sir. And you know what your car is you're driving? Yes. 24. All right, just give me a couple minutes. Go ahead, you're good.
Right, the defendant's vehicle is the one in the back. It's the one pulling up now. Is that correct? Okay.
336, 44 times 2.
336.
400 at the 334. First one is going to be Tom. Second's going to be Arkansas, Adam Victor Paul, 5-4.
Wish to see anything further on this video, Your Honor?
I don't believe so. I was just thinking that we probably exhausted the evidentiary value of it. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Any further evidence from the state, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor, we addressed this time.
Mr. Hamilton, anything about this video that you want to address?
I noticed, I mean, I was watching it, and when I was like you, I couldn't figure out which way we were going to follow how his camera was going, but I noticed, as you could see in the video, the black car was right on my tail the whole time going through there, flashing his lights at me and everything else, trying to get me to go faster. It's like I was, it was, I don't know, that was what I seen there. The first thing I seen is I see him flashing his lights, at which they were tailgating me all through that thing, flashing their lights to get me to move. Because I had out of state plates with the Virginia plate on that rental car, and I just, it's like I tell my guys training, I says, you can't control what other drivers do, but you can just control what you're doing. And I just try to maintain my space in the lane and go the speed limit. And as you've seen, when he came up on us, even when the officer was right behind us, the black car took off and went flying around me, and I just maintained and just tried to stay out of the way. It's just what I was trying to do. And I don't know if I got caught in the middle of it or what, but it is what it is. From that video, I really couldn't see a speed limit. I seen, the times and stuff were a little off on the video, but that's just a minor thing. But I was trying to see the speed that it was showing that everybody was going, and I couldn't really see that on the video. But like I said, there was definitely evidence there that they were riding me, and the several cars had done it before, because I was more impeding traffic in a speed zone than anything else, because everybody was like I said, going back, it just shows where he was tailgating me and flashing his headlights at me. And then when the officer went by, and then when Officer Wagner got behind us, he passed me up, and then he still continued to drive past me like that. And I was just kind of like, okay, I just wanted to get out of the way. And you could tell how windy it was too. I just didn't feel comfortable driving any faster than I had to on that road with that wind.
Anything from either party? Anything further? All right. Well, I find that both the trooper and the defendant are highly trained, highly experienced drivers. They've both been driving and doing their jobs for a long time. It sounds like both are professional in their work. So this kind of comes down to, in some degree, his equipment versus your equipment, the troopers versus the defendant, or the defendant versus the troopers. The defendant says he had his speed set, and his car devices were telling him that he was going a certain speed. The trooper's equipment was saying another story. And the trooper is very familiar with his equipment. He uses it every day. He's been trained and certified, and his equipment has been trained or certified, not trained, but certified. And the defendant, on the other hand, is using a rental car that we don't know how it's been maintained or how it's been tested. It may work, it may not, it may read, it may have been abused by other customers. We just don't know. But the trooper is very familiar and experienced on his equipment. He's also, as a trooper, trained to recognize speeds. Clearly, this guy behind you seemed to be a little bit different kind of driver than the defendant. But there's another reason motorists kind of flash lights. Sometimes they're flashing lights just to let you know there is an officer up ahead. He may have figured that out before you do, and he was trying to get you to slow down because he knew the officer was coming. But that's neither here nor there as far as the determining factors in this case. I do believe that this, you both strike me as very conscientious individuals, but I do find that the officer's training and his equipment and its certifications and his testing that day leads me to believe that your car was going at the speed of 78 in a 50. but you presented a very thought-provoking defense, especially when you were talking, sir, about timing your speed. But overall, I do find beyond a reasonable doubt that the equipment and the officer were spot on that day, and I find you guilty. But you do have up
Can
to,
I say one thing?
well, it's not going to affect my decision at this
Okay.
time. I will tell you, you have up to 14 days to appeal this decision to the Kansas Court of Appeals. They won't be hearing the case all over again from an evidentiary basis, I don't believe, but if you want to appeal it, you have up to 14 days. The fine being doubled is $354. The docket fee is $108 for a total due of $462. And if you want to appeal this, you need to post an appeal bond of $462 for that bond. So it'll either need to be paid or an appeal bond posted within 14 days. Mr. Dean, anything further for the state?
I'm working on a journal entry at the moment.
All right, so
What was that appeal bond amount again, Your Honor?
462. I try to have them post the amount due so that if the fine doesn't go the way they want it to, they're still paid. Of course, you'll be reimbursed if they disagree. But yes, you're welcome to say, Mr. Hamilton, what you will, but I've already.
The only concern I had is because I didn't have like equipment per se, but I did have my GPS, which is usually pretty spot on. And I had the speedometer on the car that said was set at 65 majority of the time, except through the zone. And my speed, and I did count because I mentioned it to him, and Officer Wagner stated, he says, well, he says, rental car, he says, your speedometer might be a little off. So I said, okay, that's why I had my GPS, and my GPS the rest of the trip back to
Okay, well, I didn't hear you testify. Was that GPS on your phone that you were referencing?
No, it was a GPS that they give me at the rental car company because I had no idea where I was going.
But again, you don't know how well they take care of their equipment, and there wasn't any evidence. I have to go by what I hear in the court.
My other only concern is with my CDL and my job being 15 miles an hour over on a ticket, it could affect my job.
Yeah. And
that wasn't the whole point of me fighting this. It was my
right, but
integrity, but I'm just
is a
saying it did
serious
affect it.
concern for you. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hamilton, this is what we refer to as a journal entry of trial. It's got the case name, City of Kansas versus yourself. Case number was generated for this case. Shows the date that the parties appeared, that you appeared pro se via Zoom, which means you appeared without an attorney. Marked out that you waived attorney because, quite honestly, you're not even eligible for a court-appointed attorney on an infraction because there's no possible jail sentence of 6 months or greater. Court did find you guilty on count 1, speeding. Statute is noted there that was violated. Court did assess court costs of $108. The fine of $354, and court advised you your rights to appeal, and set the appeal bond at the $462.
And that's cash, counsel, cash bond.
$462 cash. For the judge, I just added cash at the end of the sentence. Do you agree, not necessarily with the findings, but do you agree that that's what the court found and ordered to do, sir?
Yeah, I mean, that's, it is what it is. I just, like I said, it's the point system is a big concern for me because it's not, it's going to bite me down the road. So like I said, I've had nothing for 20 plus years, and I still don't believe that this was my issue, but.
Well, you properly took it to trial, and
yeah,
and I
the system
don't have any ability to do anything in that regards with the federal government can charge me with what's referred to as masking.
Yeah, I understand.
Misdemeanor on my own part. That's not good for my license.
No.
Thank you, Trooper Wagner. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, thank you. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we have another trial set. Do we have a few of yours, Mr. Paul, that we can let go with quicker hearings and trials?
Yes, Judge.
Who do you have next?
Marcus Wise.
Will be on the record in 2024 TR 17, State versus Marcus Lane Wise, Paul E. Dean for the state, Richard C. Paul for the defendant, who also appears in person. Announcements, counsel, if any?
Judge, at this time, I would like to set this, we're still in active negotiations, but I need to set this for a bench trial. I'd like to set that for October 25th at 11. And it'll be either for plea or for trial.
That's October 25th at 11. Any objection to that, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Missy, do we have room still for that? And you try to make that work. If not, we'll need a different day.
Yeah, that'll be fine, Judge.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wise, where are you there?
Right here.
Okay. So I'm going to set this for bench trial at your request for October 25th at 11.
Okay.
You must,
25th at 11.
and you must be here. You can be here by Zoom. I'm adding that you reappear at that time as part of your most recent bond, the 3,500 with Florio from July 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
So if there's nothing further, you may go, and we'll be in recess on Wise.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll take Albertson for next.
Mr. Espinoza, you need to stop walking. You need to find a spot and sit and wait until, or if I can address you.
I'm going back home. I had to go pick up my paycheck.
If you turn your camera off then at least.
I did? Oh, how'd you do that?
No, he said, are you anywhere where you can come to the courthouse, sir?
Me?
You?
No, I'm in Wichita, Kansas.
Well,
Can you-
your hearing was at 9 o'clock. You could have been here by now, but if you're not going to be here, stop walking, turn your camera off. You were supposed to be here at 9. I'll see if I can address you right now. The docket typically ends at noon, but we've got a lot going on, so turn your camera off. How you do that, you should see a little red camera.
Stop video?
Stop video.
All right, I'm
That
just
way
right
we're not
across the street
seeing
from
you
my
walk
house.
around.
Do you want me to turn it back on and get home?
Exactly.
All right.
If you want to be considered on this docket.
I do want to be considered on the docket. I had to go pick up my paycheck.
All right, well, just
I
close
wasn't
out
gonna
your,
get it, yeah.
sir, close out your screen, please. It's very distracting with you walking. Thank you. All right, who did you say, Mr. Paul Albertson?
Yeah, Anastasia. Anastasia, start your camera, please. Your video.
I'm gonna start calling your names fairly quickly, so make sure you know how to start your audio and video quickly.
This is gonna go quick, Judge.
We're on the record in 23 TR 965, State of Kansas versus Anastasia and Lena Albertson. Paul Dean for the state, Richard C. Paul for the defendant, who also appears in person. Mr. Paul.
Judge, pursuant to plea negotiations, Ms. Albertson is going to plead guilty to count 1, driving while suspended, Class B non-person misdemeanor. I believe that the other counts 2 and 3 will be dismissed. Judge, there is an affidavit attached to this, and Ms. Albertson would admit that on the 18th day of August 2023 on Highway 400 at mile marker 334 in Greenwood County, Kansas, she was driving, she was pulled over, and her driver's license was suspended at that time. Judge, we are asking for the state's asking for a $300 fine and 1 year of probation. And I will leave it to the court on the underlying sentence.
Mr. Paul, is that your agreement?
Your Honor, yes, and that is 12 months reporting probation with a requirement of maintaining and providing to her probation officer as a specific condition or special condition, along with any other special and standard conditions the court may assess, that she provide continuous proof of liability coverage for her vehicle, liability insurance coverage. Well, that entire 12-month time period.
All right, Miss Albertson, how do you plead to count one, driving while suspended?
Guilty.
You're admitting that on August 18th of 2023, you had a suspended license, yet were driving in Greenwood County?
Yes.
And that was, as your attorney said, on Highway 400?
Yes.
Is anyone making you enter this plea today by any threats or promises other than the agreement that we've heard about?
No, ma'am.
You understand you're giving up your right to trial. You'll be found guilty and unable to appeal your conviction.
Yes.
All right, I accept your plea and find you guilty of driving while suspended. I dismiss count 2 insurance and count 3 speeding. And anything else about what was the recommended underlying sentence, Mr. Dean?
Your Honor, it's a max 6 months. I would just say would ask for 6 months suspended for 12 months for reporting probation.
Anything further, Mr. Paul?
No, Your Honor. Who does she need to call for probation? She need to call
Okay.
the Butler County.
It will be Butler County at 316-322-4153. Okay, so,
Anastasia, I emailed you that number. Call them now, okay?
well, first
Okay,
let's
this
do
gonna
your
be-
sentence. I know we're in a hurry, but let's make sure we do what we need to do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Albertson, I am accepting your plea and the basis provided by you. You're found guilty of count 1. Your sentence will be 6 months suspended. You will not have to serve that so long as you are successful in complying with your probation, which will be for 12 months with court services. And you will call probation, as your attorney said, immediately after you leave this hearing. Again, that's 316-322-4153. You will be fined $300. You will be ordered to pay court costs of $108, a booking fee of $45, a supervision fee of $60. Mr. Paul, are you appointed?
Yes, Judge. Judge, she is, she does work. She makes approximately $1,800 a month. So I would leave that to your discretion on attorney's fees.
You work full-time, Miss Albertson?
No, I'm in school right now. I'm a college student.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 28.
And are you married or single?
Single.
And do you have any minor children?
I'm a foster parent.
You're a foster parent, so then you get money as a foster parent also?
Yeah, that's the $1,800 a month, Judge, I referenced earlier.
Right.
And then do you get financial aid for your college?
And out of pocket.
What do you mean out of pocket?
She pays for it herself, Judge. No,
She hadn't applied for financial aid?
correct.
No.
Well, I'm going to order that you also pay $250 of your attorney fees. And you're going to be ordered to pay 1/12 of that each month. The first payment will be due on October 13th, and then you'll have a 12th due on the 13th of each month. You will have a special condition that you show proof monthly to your probation officer that you're keeping up on your insurance on your automobile, and you're going to have to comply with all special conditions that they will address with you. And I believe that's everything. Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Paul, anything further?
Judge, just for the record, that's total is $763 total. And if you divide that by 12, it's $63.50 a month,
So can I pay that now in full?
if you wish.
And then I still have
Now,
the
hold
probation?
on. Once again, Mr. Paul, let me double check that math. What did you say you got? 763?
Correct.
That's what I get. All right.
Okay. Anastasia, call my office sometime next week. Okay. I'll give you directions how to pay it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do I still need to hang up and call probation?
You certainly do.
Okay,
That's
thank
all
you.
I have on this case, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Ms. Albertson, thank you for your time. You may go, but make sure you call probation. And let me double check that you got pictures and prints taken. Required, yep, looks like she's okay. You may go.
Assume you want to waive.
Cool.
Okay. Next, Mr. Paul, who do you want to take up?
Thomas.
We're on the record in 2023 TR 1026, State of Kansas versus Alexa Nicole Thomas, Paul E. Dean for the state, Richard C. Paw for the defendant, who also appears in person. Any announcements, counsel?
Judge, yes, pursuant to plea negotiations, Ms. Thomas is going to plead guilty to count 1, driving while suspended. Second, count 2 will be dismissed. Judge, we would, there is an affidavit. We would stipulate to the affidavit that she was driving on River Street in Eureka, which is in Greenwood County, Kansas, and she did not have a license at that time.
All right, Miss Thomas, how do you plead to count 2, driving while suspended after a prior conviction?
Guilty.
And are you pleading guilty because you in fact did do the acts alleged in the complaint?
Yes.
And is anyone making you enter this plea today by threats or promises other than what we've talked about on the record?
No.
And you do agree that on September 4th of 2023, you were on River Road in Eureka, Kansas, driving while your license was suspended?
Yes.
And you had been convicted previously for driving while suspended?
Yes.
All right, I will accept your plea and find you guilty. Mr. Paul, do you have any, or Mr. Paul or Mr. Pate, do you have any recommendations for sentencing?
Judge, I believe since this is the second, she does have a mandatory 5 days. We would ask, she does have an autistic child, so I would ask that she be able to schedule that, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Dean, your recommendations?
Yes, Judge. I'd go 6 months control, mandatory 5 days to be served, and a $200 fine, court costs, booking processing fee, and then court to inquire regarding attorney fees.
Judge, as to attorney's fees,
6 months non-reported probation.
How many months?
6 months.
Non-reporting, okay.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
She is a CNA. She makes $13 an hour. Like I stated previously, she does have an autistic child. So, I mean, she has financial hardships at the home. So I'd ask that the attorney's fees be waived.
All right.
Say doesn't.
Ms. Thomas, at this time, your sentence is 6 months in the Butler County Jail. They will grant you probation or parole after 5 days are served. When can you serve those 5 days?
Can I serve them before the month is up?
You can serve them before the month is up. What dates would you like? When do you want to check in? You want to pick a Friday at 7? That seems to be popular, but you can pick whatever you want. I'll let you pick, as long as it's fairly recently or soon.
Could we do the 27th?
September 27, and what day of the month is that? Is that a Monday?
A Friday.
A Friday, okay. And do you want to check in at 7, or is there some other time that you like?
I can do 7.
7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that'll be 5 consecutive days starting Friday, September 27th at 7 p.m. and that's in the Greenwood County Jail. Your fine is $200, your court costs are $108, and your booking fees are $45. I'll waive attorney fees under the circumstances described by your attorney, And Mr. Paul, did you get 353?
I did.
All right, 353. And when can you pay that? How much time do you need, Ms. Thomas? 90 days, would that work for you?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll give you 90 days to pay. Missy, that's the December date of what?
That is December.
I think you gave me one a while ago, but
I did. I just can't seem to find it on my sheet.
I think it was the 6th.
Yeah, December 6th at 11.
December 6th at 11. If you have that all paid by December 6th at 11, you do not have to come to court. But if you violate your law, violate any laws within now and 6 months, if you do not serve your jail time, 9/27 for 5 days, or if you do not have this paid by December 6th at 11, you must reappear December 6th at 11, and we'll discuss about the impact that might have on your probation and whether it should be revoked. Any questions about any of that?
No.
All right, and anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Paul?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may go, Ms. Thomas. And you can pay online. If you have any questions about how to pay, please call Mr. Paul next week. Or the clerk. You can call the clerk. Okay, next, you may go. Next.
Judge Dale Bailey.
Okay, I believe we have 2 on Dale Bailey.
We do, Your Honor.
Where's Dale Bailey?
He's there.
Yeah, I've seen it.
We are on the record in both 2023 TR 1309 and 23 TR 820, each captioned State of Kansas versus Dale P. or Dale Patrick Bailey, Paul Lee Dean for the state, Richard C. Paul for the defendant, who also appears personally. Any announcements, counsel?
Judge,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
I was just gonna say, this is a case where Mr. Paul was wanting a global resolution on another felony matter he was handling, and I have requested. I was supposed to do this after our last hearing, and I quite honestly forgot, probably because it was a docket stack much like this one right here. And in any event, I did send a message to Ms. Gillette. She said that she would look at it, but I think she's tied up in another matter right now. So I'm pending her decision on how she wants this to be treated, because she was the one handling the other case. So I would ask that we move this over to the next immediate available docket date, because I should have an answer by then.
Missy, what date is that?
September 27th.
December 27th.
10?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, Mr. Bailey, I'm going to order that you reappear on both these cases September 27th at 10 a.m. by Zoom with your attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hopefully we'll have it all worked out by then, Dale.
Okay, no problem. No problem. You guys are busy.
And I will continue your bond in these cases with that as an added condition that you must reappear in both cases.
Yep, yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may go, sir. We'll be in
I think that
recess.
was September 27th at 11.
We'll send you a letter.
September
Okay.
27th. Did you say 10 or 11?
10.
That's
Oh,
what I said, 10. Be at
Thank you.
10. Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll send you a letter, Dale, like always.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I just have 2 more that I show on the docket.
All right.
Quick one. Judge Middleton is live. We will go there soon. I just wanted to see what Mr. Boo Radley is in court for. That is Michael Espinoza. Steve let me know that no one is in Judge Middleton's court just yet, so we will be a little bit behind, but we can always catch up, skip through, etc. if we need to. The silence isn't that. So in case you're wondering why we haven't jumped yet, that's why.
Go ahead.
Daily Raggle, 24 TR 25/6.
We are on the record in Kaylee Raggle, 2024 TR 26. State by Paul E. Dean. Richard C. Paul for the defendant, Kaylee Raggle. Is Kaylee Raggle here?
No,
Kaylee Raggle fails to appear. Did she get diversion? She talked about that.
Her opportunity for diversion has been withdrawn, Your Honor. She was approved for diversion. The contract itself was sent to her on February 9th, 2024. We've issued bench warrants for her previously on at least once back in May, and she was picked up on, well, maybe that was August. No, that was May. Bench warrant was issued for failure to appear on April 12th. She was arrested and apparently bonded out of the Allen County Jail.
Recommendations?
Bench warrants, no bond.
Judge, I would ask for a continuance.
Your request is denied, but Mr. Paul, but yours is granted. Mr. Dean, bench warrant, no bond. Till she sees the judge. And we'll be on the record then in 2023 TR 853, State of Kansas versus Samantha and is it Valley?
Bail, I believe.
Vale. Paul Dean for the state, Richard Paul for the defendant. Does the defendant appear?
I do not believe so, Judge.
Defendant fails to appear. Recommendations?
Your Honor, this is a 2023 case, which I'm not sure when the last time we had contact with Ms. Bale. I believe it's been some time, and she applied for diversion. A diversion.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to jump from this guy. I couldn't see. Were you meaning he's hot or oh, Deputy Cutie? Sorry, I didn't get it. Okay, so here's the thing. I've set up the redirect, but I'm going to paste the link because sometimes it doesn't work. So if you don't automatically get redirected, use this link. Here's the next stream. I'm gonna go live there right now. Sometimes it pops up to say, do you want to go there? And then you have to say yes. But let's go. See you there.